Yeah. Okay. That should fix it. Hey, Alex, Kylie. Hey, G. 922. Thank you, Jackie. Heart activation. It's great. I know. Funny how that happens, right? Um, Thank you, Elaine. I appreciate that heart activation. I was going to say something. I really appreciate that. Give me a second, everyone, and I'll share how you can get on the list. Um, just give me one moment. Okay. Thanks, 922. Jamie X, you should be able to hear. Okay, cool. And heart activation can hear. All right. Let me find how you guys can pay and paste that information for you. Yeah, he is right, Jackie. I'm going to pin this to the top so that if anyone joins and they're like, hey, how do I get on the list? You can just direct them to the pinned message at the top. For those of you that are here, welcome. That is how you get on the list. It is a paid list. I answer one question for people, and you can do one astrology question for 2222. I am working with that number in my own life for creation purposes. Or if you'd like for me to do a tarot pull or a Lightworker Oracle deck card for you, that's 3333. And there are two ways to pay. You can either pay by Venmo or you can pay by PayPal. And here's the way this works. When I call your name, what I want to see in the chat is your birth details. So 22, let's just say you were born in 98, and your birth time, 1:30 a.m. And let's just say your birth location, Las Vegas, Nevada. And then I want to see, here is my cue, etc., 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 just like this. Just, I'm going to put an example in the chat for you so that you can see how I need to see it. Because this is a single question reading, it won't be as in-depth or thorough as longer readings. However, the calendar is open over here at kmoonastro.com if you would like to ask any follow-up questions. The list is open, and so far I do have some people who have decided to jump on it. First on the list today, we have Elaine. And after Elaine, then we have Jackie H, then Jamie X. Awesome. And then Kelly A. All right. Jamie X has got the 3-card tarot pull like Kelly does. Jackie has the Astro, and Elaine has the Astro as well. Amazing. Okay, let me do one piece of housekeeping real quick. I forgot my beverages, my tea and my water. So let me grab those two things. Kylie, thank you so much. I really appreciate you moderating here today. Heart activation, you're up first. So I'm going to go ahead and read you first. Just give me 1 second to grab my beverages, and then we'll dive in with heart activations readings. We've got heart activation, Jackie H, Jamie X, then Kelly A in that order. One moment, please, guys. Thanks for your patience, guys. Just had to grab my beverages. Oh, you like the mini readings, Vibe and Shine? I do too. It's a nice way to hang out with people, get some inspiring messages, see if, anything comes through. I find that typically there's just like a frequency and a resonance for the people who have joined where there's some crossover messages. That may be what you needed to hear, even if you weren't the one getting the reading. And it's generally kind of a high vibe group where everyone is just super supportive of one another as well. So let me go ahead and pull up Heart Activations chart. We've got Melrose Park, Illinois. Got it. Am I spelling this right? Illinois. Okay, yes. Melrose Park. And then September 12th. Let me go back over here and grab the year. And 2:56 p.m., 1983. 2:56 p.m. 2:56 p.m. Okay, got it. All right, Lady Elaine, let's dive in, girl. Shoot. There it is. I need to close out of, I've been working on the full moon in Gemini. You guys looking forward to the next full moon? I've been working on the full moon in Gemini stuff. Messages for you guys. Let me pop out, share screen, set my timer so I do not get crazy here, get carried away. Cool. All right, heart activation. Let me come back to the chat so I can see you if you say anything to me. There we go. Now we're cooking with fire. All right. September 12th, 1983. 2:56 p.m. Melrose Park. Okay, so what you need to focus on in the next several months, let me just pull up the transits and I will let you know, girl. Okay. Wow. All right. This is going to be an exciting time for you because you're going to have two transits that are going to be really significant for you. This Venus retrograde here is going to be significant because it's in your first house. And there's going to be a little bit of a redo on some energy that you may have worked through actually in 2020. Some lessons in love, some things that you came to conclusion or clarity about in 2020. Because Pluto hasn't moved very much, and Pluto has been doing a major rework on your seventh house of committed partnership. And this Venus retrograde, which is all about, for a first house person, it's going to be all about love and relationships. For you, it's going to be about really taking stock of what you've learned, what fears you have confronted, what shadow aspects of yourself you've confronted, and where you are now. And so this is going to coincide with a transit of Jupiter entering Pisces here, and it's going to square your Jupiter Moon Uranus conjunction, which frankly makes you very lucky in the emotional realm and also quite psychic as well. And so you've got the rework going on. Yeah. And so you're going to find that during this period of time, you see a lot of revisitation of certain themes, things you thought you grew around, things you thought you covered, things you thought, and this is almost like a double check from the universe, from your soul. Like, did we really confront this issue? Did we really deal with this fear? Did we really deal with this shadow aspect of ourselves? And so you may find a circumstance catalyzes this for you. which is, it happens. But the one other thing that I feel like is super important to tell you around this time, 1983, yeah, I don't know what your childbearing status is or child desire status is, but when Jupiter squares our moon in that way, we could be especially fertile. And so if you want to have babies, this is great. But if you know that you don't, take the necessary precautions, because with a moon conjunct Uranus in the way that it is in your chart, and then a Jupiter transit like this, the chances that you could become accidentally pregnant are extremely high for you. Okay. The next several months, that's the major energy of the next several months. Once you get through this, by the end of February, there will be another kind of like Mercury retrograde energy that pops up for you to work on. You had a histo at 27. Okay, got it. Let me just see rulers of the fifth. Mercury, Venus. Okay, so good. That's out of the picture. But I expect work-wise, this is going to be a super productive time for you. A period of time where you're like really digging deep to understand what you want to accomplish, and then setting up the pathway to get it all done. Heart activation. And what I really like about this period for you is that you get the opportunity to put to bed anything new that you tried on in the realm of relationship and love in 2020. You get the chance to really see how far you've come, how much you've grown, how different of a person you are now. Jackie H., it's your turn. Please paste your cue. How far you've really evolved. This is going to give you that opportunity to take a look at that, and to build on the foundation you laid in 2020. I see that in 2020, there were just a lot of patterns and cycles that you closed out when it came to love and relationship. And 2021 opened up a major new window. And so what you have here is almost like a choice point in your timelines. Are you going back? Are you going to go forward? Okay. All right. So that's what's up. That's what we have for you. Thank you so much for being ready for me, Jackie. I super appreciate it. Yeah, a reflection point. It's totally a reflection point. Awesome way to grasp what I was trying to say. Okay, so let's do Jackie H. Close out of Elaine's chart. After Jackie, I have Jamie X, Kelly A, and then Terry Lee. Okay, so the list is pretty short at this point. If you'd like to jump on it, then we can. All right. North Carolina. Charlotte. Jackie H., are you guys in communication, sweetheart? Is that something you guys are doing right now? It's ideal if you guys are. 7:52 a.m. All right. Let me set a timer and we can dive right in. So this union window for everyone, just to kind of recap, I did like almost like a 2-hour special on it on my YouTube. It's long. So it starts at the beginning of 2022, and then it peaks as we get into the beginning of 2023, and then it wanes as we wrap up 2023 and go into 2024. No comms. Got it. Thanks, Jackie. So there's so many different things. I talked about this inside of the Union Window broadcast, that 2-hour special that I did on my YouTube. I talked about how there's 4 different types of union, at least that I'm aware of, that can come up for people. And while the astrology can't necessarily dictate which kind you'll have, it's a really good indicator of, kind of where the pull is going to be, because the pull really facilitates a lot of the lessons and the learning. Now, what can indicate, whether or not something's happening in the third dimension between you and your counterpart, again, just as a quick recap, as opposed to your reading specifically, we're going to get into your reading in a minute. What it can indicate is when there are certain lessons where you're meant to grow and walk solo, okay? Where you have certain periods of time where even if you were dealing with someone else, it would be near impossible for that relationship to turn into something that was about the lifetime instead of just the lesson. That doesn't mean the connection isn't there and real and valid. It just means that that at those junctures, it's a period of time where you're growing by leaps and bounds, mind you. You're becoming a different person through some of the planetary lessons. And these tend to be when the outer planets act on the inner planets. And now we will get into by transit. And now we'll get into your read, Jackie. Let me come back to the chat. Okay. Oh, awesome, Jackie. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I put a lot of work into making sure that I gave people a lot of information. So, it was a little dense, not going to lie. I could have probably given less information, but I wanted people to walk away with as much information as could be helpful to them, whether we ever booked a session or not. So, in your person's world, there's a transit here of Saturn to their moon, which was exact this year. We also have an energy. Let me just see what this Uranus is doing. Let me see what Chiron is doing. Good. Neptune. Good. Okay. 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 So this is telling me that your person is at the end of, and it's not even the end yet, but they're at the end of a very long stretch of time, which frankly has been rather hellacious. The Saturn transit moon is a no joke transit. When you have this transit, it's almost like everything in your world deconstructs. And your person got a bit of a 3-for-1 as they wrapped up 2021 and 2020, because Saturn would have hit their natal Venus and then hit Moon and then hit Mercury, all within the same 6-month span of time, 6 to 8 month span of time. And while like the hardest parts, like your person's in the thick of the hardest parts right now, your person has a ways to go, not gonna lie. Saturn takes 2.5 years to move through a house and through a sign. And frankly, that's a drop in a bucket for soul connections like ours, because these are eternal, both etheric and eternal. They don't go anywhere. Much as sometimes I had a client this week who's like, I wish I could take a pill to make this whole thing go away. It's like, well, yeah, I get that. What's going on here for your person is a period of time where they're being stripped back to their most essential, most pure soul expressions of who they are. But in that stripping, because this is an 11th house transit, a lot of their friends are going by the wayside because they're not coming into the next chapter. And they're also, some of the projects they had been working on up until that point, also disintegrating before their eyes. The intensity of the transit is commensurate with the amount of gripping and control we're trying to exercise over our old life. And this transit can be felt as early as the sign before and as late as the sign after your moon sign. And because Saturn takes 2.5 years per sign, basically what we have here is your person about 3.5 years in to a 7.5 year transit, which is going to be one of the most difficult periods of time in your person's life. They will grow a lot, change a lot, and be a different human on the other side. Um, with a transit like this is almost like the hand of fate. Um, this is like divine intervention, ensuring, and this is why I love Saturn, because Saturn really ensures that, you can run, but you can't hide. You get put on your soul path with a Saturn transit to your personal planets. And like I said, your person got a 3-for-1, which your person, with as much mutability and air as they have in their chart, it's actually not a bad thing, because with so much mutability and so much air, there can be a propensity to rationalize oneself out of doing what needs to be done on a soul level to move life in a congruent direction. There can be a bit of, well, you can just talk yourself out of it because it just doesn't make sense, even though it feels fully aligned. All of that to say, Jamie X, it's your turn, sweetheart. And then I think we had an addition to the list. All of that to say, such a difficult transit from your person would have been, it's showing up like an opportunity for major, major transformation and growth. And it's giving them an opportunity to become one of the absolute best versions of themselves. And like I said, he's 3 years in to a 2.5 year transit. And I will say that it's actually really good that there wasn't precise like union window energy happening at this moment for you guys, because when that pull is there on top of, Jamie, did you paste your question yet? Not yet. Okay, let me just type in the chat that it's your turn. When that pull is there, during a period of time when you're supposed to be walking through like a cocoon, like basically going in, deconstructing, coming out a butterfly, right? That's what the caterpillar does. Yeah, Jackie, it is a lot, which is probably why there's a bit of a pause on communication here, because they're like, you can't help them in this place, and they are not in a place to build because their very foundation is transforming. And so, hopefully that gives you a little bit of peace, Jackie. I know you'd like to be with this person, but hopefully this gives you a bit of peace around allowing the unfoldment to be the unfoldment at the current moment. Because when the pull is there between two people, while Saturn or Neptune or Uranus or Chiron or Pluto are all trying to do their work, which they were, like your person had some major transits of Chiron and Uranus, etc. I'm going to start your chart now, Jamie. Jamie X had some major transits. Jackie, that kind of thing, despite how much you may try to make it work, it always falls apart. It's like the worst time to meet someone, and that signature of the end in the energy is like really difficult to shake even as the years go by. Okay. So Jamie, I'm trusting this is 5:05 a.m. Orange, California. Just confirm it's AM and not PM for me. Thank you. It certainly does give me peace. Good, Jackie. Good. That's it. Anytime we can relax our grip on the energy, you're welcome, Jackie. Anytime we can not pull on the connection, because the connection is always there. Like I said, it's eternal. It's both etheric and eternal. Yes, I just need to know if it's AM or PM, Jamie. But when we start to yank on it with a lot of hope and expectation and other stuff, it can actually be disruptive to, each of us needing to do our own work. Okay. And so hopefully, like I said, that gives you a bit of peace so that if this is, there's no communication for some time, you know, that confrontation of Saturn to a person's moon, and this goes for anyone who's got an Aquarius moon, a Capricorn moon, or a Pisces moon, that energy is going to be present for you last year, this year, the following. And so it just sets you up to need to really focus because there's going to be a lot of things going, a lot of things coming in your world. And in the comings and goings, it's necessary that you're not also trying to promise someone things that you're just never going to be able to deliver. Okay, thanks, Jamie. Let's see. Will there be a change in my career currently in customer service? Will be schooling for future nurse. Very nice, Jamie. I love that. Very nice. Hey, Alvin. Yeah, I am well. Thank you, Alvin. It is just a cold. So let's see what's going on for Jamie. Okay, after Jamie, it's Kelly A. So, Kelly, get your question ready. You don't have to paste it yet, but if Kelly can just get your question ready. The line is pretty short right now. We have Jamie, Kelly, Terry Lee, and Talene, and that's it. So if you want to jump on it, now is a great time to make your payment and get on the list. I'll be getting to you fairly quickly. All right, Jamie, she wants a change in career, or he wants a change in career. Forgive me if I get your pronouns incorrect. Currently in customer service, ruler of the house is Saturn. Saturn is in the fifth. Okay. Saturn in the fifth. Trine Sun. Ooh, yeah, grand trine here between Pluto, this Venus retrograde. Thanks, Venus. The ruler of your 10th and your sun. Okay, so what this grand trine is telling me about for you, Jamie, is that if you were hoping for a change, looking for a change, let me just see your natal chart real quick. Like, oh, that's okay. I was like, I knew you had to have a lot of fixed energy, and you do. And the reason why I knew that is because the transit of Saturn last year in 2020 and 2019 through your 9th house here would have set you up to make the moves by that point. However, you have a lot of fixed energy in your chart, and fixed signs of all the signs are the slowest to change, to make change. Doesn't mean you don't make change, but I've seen my fixed sign people be extremely cautious before just jumping into a change. But we are well past the point of that Saturn trying to pull you into congruence in your career. It went through the 9th house, 2019 and 2020. Now it's jumping into your 10th. And it's already out of position in the grand trine. Pluto's now in the grand trine position. So the window for this career change, let me put it this way, opened at the start of 2020, but you would have felt the pressure brewing by 2019. It's not going to get easier than what it is now to make the change. In other words, you felt a pull for some time. You're going to have to make the difficult decision of pulling the trigger. It's if you're looking for it to get somehow smoother or some kind of green light or waiting for some more money to be in the bank, or I don't know what you might be waiting for, it's not going to get smoother, clearer, easier, more saved, or anything like that. If you're ready to make the change, there is so much planetary support for you to do it now. And so my strong recommendation, based on what I'm seeing here, would be to jump on it if you're feeling really called to it. I know you mentioned you wanted to go to school for nursing. The ruler of the ninth again is Saturn. Saturn, yeah, it's going to be hard work either way with Saturn being the ruler of the ninth and the 10th. The transition, not to say it won't be smooth, but this isn't going to be like a jump onto a water slide that just takes you into a new career. So batten down the hatches, prepare yourself as best you can, and then take the leap, because I'm seeing that it's time. It's been time. I think you've known this for some time, that what you're doing now, for whatever reason, is just not really fulfilling. Kelly A, get your question ready, because I'm going to do a 3-card pull for Jamie, and then it'll be your turn, Kelly A. It's time, it's been time, and it's just not going to get easier. In fact, the closer Pluto gets to the tail end of this energy here, the Capricorn energy, in a couple of years, the more you're going to find, actually, that it's going to feel like there's like just you're in a vice, like a pressure cooker. And I can tell, actually, it's you're at the 25th degree, these last 5 degrees. Like, I know you already feel like you're in a pressure cooker in this job. Like, you can't get ahead, especially with Saturn in this house. You're watching other people get promoted. These are all signals that you're meant to be getting to take the leap. Okay. Will career change happen? Totally. Will the planets force it on you? Definitely not. You're a sovereign being. So they're going to support you with any changes you're ready to make. Okay, I think you asked for a 3-card tarot pull. Do you want tarot or do you want the Lightworker Oracle deck? Kelly, go ahead and paste your question, and we'll go ahead and read for you, Kelly. 2 of Wands, crossroads, as I'm organizing my deck. Kelly, Jamie X, I'm always watching. Funny. Jamie, do you want tarot or the Lightworker Oracle? And Kelly, you can go ahead and paste your question. Tarot. You got it, babe. All right. Even before I was shuffling, I saw that 2 of Wands. Let me hit this up and see what's what. Okay. First 2 came out. Let's get the third. Okay, so these all came out in reverse for you. Let's just see here. 7 of Swords in reverse. The Tower in reverse. And Judgment in reverse. What's crazy, because I'm using the Santa Muerte deck for you, and the 7 of Swords in this particular deck talks about trying to give something like a second chance. It talks about a moment of pause. It talks about that like interstitial state in between the lived life and then the afterlife. It's that like in between where you're trying to figure out what happens next. And this right here in reverse is telling me, and then the Tower in reverse is telling me you're trying to avoid that. And this 7 of Swords in reverse is very much like the traditional tarot Judgment, where, with the Judgment card, you give something a second chance. But you had the Judgment come out in reverse. And Judgment in this deck is truly a reincarnation card. It's like made it to the afterlife, now moving on to something different. But with Tower in reverse, Judgment in reverse, and 7 of Swords in reverse, this is Jamie, these cards are exposing you, baby cakes. They are telling me that you are avoiding doing what needs to be done in order to get this to the next place. And they're saying, like, you can continue to do that, but that energy is causing stagnancy. There is a tower card there, and you're going to have to go through that tower card energy before you can get to the change in career. And trying to delay that, prolong that, avoid that. Listen, I get it. Like, we are in extraordinarily uncertain times. And simultaneously, you have so much planetary support at this time for this change. It's almost like they're like, come on, you can do it. So you're going to need to step into, lean into that. You're going to have to lean into this tower moment and let it fall, let go of what you built, and embark on that new path. Okay. Thanks for letting me read for you, Jamie. You always take into consideration your own intuition about stuff. And if this just doesn't resonate, don't try to force it to. Okay. All right. Now we have Kelly. After Kelly, we have Terry Lee and then Talene. Okay. What are the points of focus over the upcoming months? I started a new job this month, which is a startup that has employees all over the world. Monday night, I end up on an unplanned one-on-one call with the CFO, who is an awakened DMS separation. I feel like I'm getting on the right path professionally, but I'm possibly struggling to clear emotional blocks. Yeah, Jamie, I'm so sorry, sweetie. Let me just wrap up with Jamie and we'll dive right in. Kelly, I get it, Jamie. It is, I mean, if you're the only wage earner, the best thing you can do is look for every grant and loan you can find for a single parent, or a single person or an adult learner in the cheapest program you can find for online education, and just like hold on to that job, keep that roof over your head, keep them ramen noodles on the table, and study your butt off as best as you're able. We may not be able to get the exact program we want, and simultaneously, you know it, the universe knows it, they're ready to support you. It's time for a change. There could even be like, you move into a company that offers some sort of help with college tuition for their students for their employees that are studying. So that might be useful to look into as well. But doing nothing is not an option, and what both the cards exposed and what your thing exposed was that your astrology was that there was a bit of doing nothing going on. So a bit of delay, like, I know I need to make this change, but I'm not doing it yet. And for good reason. And where there's a will, there's a way. You can find ways to start to move your career forward, but you have to be willing to like double down, do the work, find the path. All right. So Kelly, I've got your chart up, babe. Let me get my timer together. All right. Okay. Points of focus. You feel like you're getting on your path. Wow, you have a lot of T-squares in your chart. All right. To unpack that, I would need to do a private reading with you, but let's just see the first quarter and the end of this year. Okay. So Kelly, You too have this energy here where the Venus retrograde is in the first house. It's bringing back some lessons from 2020 around relationship that have already occurred. But also for you, because you've got the Libra midheaven, there's some stuff around work that you're being asked to deal with head on. There may be some anxieties, some fears, a little bit of concern about value and worth and worthiness going on. Um, and because of this, you're being asked to really confront those. Like, where are you telling yourself the story that you could never be, that you can't be, that you're not good enough to, that that's just not you? Some of those shadow aspects of yourself are going to be presenting themselves, or the parts of yourself that you'd like to hide, that you hope, your coworkers or your boss just don't know about you. Those things are going to start to present themselves for you to deal with and to pay attention to between now and the end of the first quarter. And to start the process of really rethinking, like, oh, how do I know that's true? So this resonates for you, Kelly. Got it. Yeah. How do I know that's true? Maybe it is me. Maybe I can do. Well, if I could do, what would be the first step? And let me not think about any other steps. Just what's the first step, right? The first step to diving off the high dive is always just walk over to the board and put your hands on the handle, on the guardrails, and then take that first step on the first stair, right? And so it's going to be so important for you to pay attention to breaking this down, because only through doing this in a stepwise fashion and busting through those fears by watching yourself prove it to yourself, that's what's really going to shift this for you. Now, you can also you guys know my internet love affair with Thais Gibson of the Personal Development School. Never met her, but she's amazing. She does have a subconscious beliefs reprogramming course that is based on science around the way the subconscious mind gets reprogrammed. I think it's like $119. And she has a 7-day free trial. So you could like blow through the course in 7 days and pay not a dime. Just get the tools and get out. So Kelly, not that I recommend that, but because I do think you'll probably run into some questions and it would be good for you to join some of her Q&A sessions. But all of that to say, these limiting beliefs don't have to continue to limit you. And you just signed up this week for PDS. Awesome. And yeah, that's it. I would recommend, if you're finding confrontation around those subconscious fears, it's happening on purpose right now, because there is a level of achievement that you are about to reach in your career world. But it's not going to come without risk. It's not going to come without putting those stories about yourself to rest. And it's going to require that you look at them, not turn away from them or try to bury them in the closet or hide those things from other people, but instead roll up your sleeves and get to work. Okay. And that's between now and the end of February, the next 90 days. That's what you're being asked to focus on. And that's what this Venus retrograde is bringing forward for you personally, is a need to really deal with some of your limiting beliefs around your worth and value in the world of work. All right, so Kelly A, 3-card tarot pull or Lightworker Oracle deck. And then Meloine, I have your payment. I saw your payment come through, Meloine. After we do Kelly, then we'll do Terry Lee and Talene. That would be awesome, Kelly. You know what? There's some space open. Like, in soon. Like as of last night, there was, I'll shuffle the light worker. There was one spot for like an hour on December 6th because I had someone need to move their appointment on Monday. And then there was one spot on, not December 6th, sorry, this Thursday. There's a 1 hour on Thursday if that hasn't been booked already. And then on January 6th, there's a 1 hour. And then the rest of the appointments, I just open up the end of January. So if you want to book for the end of January, because this energy, this Venus retrograde energy is going to be active for all of us, whatever the lesson is. It's an active lesson until, God love it, the end of February. So there's that. All right. Lightworker Oracle deck. We have card number 32, the law of divine efficiency. So let me pull this out for you. You'll have to let me know how this one resonates. It is time for your life to become easier. It's time for you to walk the way of divine grace with trust, simplicity, and acceptance. You do not have to try to make things happen. Jamie, close your ears. This message is not for you. You need to try and make some things happen. But for you, Kelly, it's the opposite message. You can gracefully act without attachment and trust that all will be as it's meant to be. That part's for you, Jamie. Act without attachment. Surrender your struggles now as you allow life to serve you with love and kindness. This is the most efficient use of your energy and will lead to the best results. The law of efficiency encourages us to work smarter rather than harder. It's like learning to allow a wave to carry you to shore. It's like planting a seed at the right time. So nature will help it bloom in the spring rather than planting it in the dead of winter when it takes a lot of effort to keep it alive. This is the intelligence of the law of efficiency and divine grace at work. To hitch your wagon to the universe in this way, you need to learn to listen. This means tuning into what feels right or wrong at any given time. The universe has a sense of natural flow, cycles, and timing that assures us that it supports every dream we dare to dream, and that everyone can come to fruition in due course. It may not look exactly as you expect, but if you have set it in motion with desire and intention, karmic law will ensure that it finds expression. For this to happen in the most loving, graceful, and easy way, you must learn to hear, feel, and sense the currents of life and work with them rather than pushing against. This is all about using common sense, allowing yourself to be helped, not making things more difficult for yourself than they need to be. And our fears and our subconscious mind can totally do that, right? Our subconscious will make us feel like I can't move forward, even though all the waves and the currents are saying, go ahead, do your thing. We got you. And so this is why it's really important, that stuff I was telling you about from Thais Gibson, the reprogramming the subconscious mind program. And she has one on procrastination and self-sabotage. It would be really helpful for both ladies here, both Kelly and Jamie. Let's see. You're being encouraged with this card to explore the easier and more graceful way more often. The law of efficiency is also sometimes known as the path of least resistance. We must find the strength that comes from letting go and trusting that the universe knows what it's doing. Your dreams wouldn't be your dreams or in your heart if you weren't the chosen one to deliver them. How efficient to work with life and its cycles rather than believing that you must struggle to and strain to be heard, loved, and rewarded and inspired. You have that maturity within you. Trust now. Trust that all will come in time. All right. So that's what we have for you, sweetness. All right. Terry Lee. Then we have Toine. Then we have Meloine in that order. So just those three. And then the then the list is open. So the Lucy, yeah, I have it right. So if you'd like to get a reading, you can. Terry Lee's question, let's see. Okay. What do you need to consider with finances and moving? I'll have a look for you, Terry Lee. One moment. Winnipeg, Canada. Yeah, Kelly, did that one resonate for you? About, because your question was about getting on your right, you felt like you were on your right path. So you'll have to let me know if that card, you felt resonance with that message, because that one was a little different. Okay. Thank you, Elvin, for posting Thais's information there for people so they can find her. Okay, let's just see. What do I need to consider with finances and moving? And if anyone wants to get on the list, you can. After Terry Lee, there's only 2 people. So it'll go pretty quick. Let's see. Reason is I'm sinking on my last high value item to sell to catch up. I need to decide if I stay where I am or make a change. You have an 18-year-old in tow. Oh, those 18-year-olds. Great question. Okay, so with finances and moving, what do you see? No fixed energy. Okay. You know, one more high value item to sell. Ruler of the house is Jupiter. Ooh, okay. And Saturn. Okay, so yeah, you're another person who the energy for the reload has been here for several years now, with Saturn having already passed through your 4th house. It has been, for about the last 3 years, there was a move scheduled, and now we're kind of like past the point. Okay. There's going to, you already know this, but I'm just going to say it because it's here and it seems to bear validation for you. Based on what I'm seeing here, there do seem to be just a few lean years. It looks like things have already been lean. And you have a couple more lean years, is the best way I can put it. 2021 and 2022. If you were trying to move into this chapter, Terry Lee, and this is the hard thing for me to say to you, but it's the most honest thing I can say to you, especially given that you haven't moved yet. And I see that 3 years ago, the prompting arrived in like 2018, late 2017. It was like moved 3 times between October 2020, May 2021, October 2020. Okay. October. Right. Okay. But there's a big get settled move that's supposed to be happening. Yeah, 3 times. That's a lot. That's a lot. But I see the energy for that here. Jupiter doesn't start to, it speaks in square. Yeah. Okay. So there's a little bit of an energy here of there's a leanness, like what this is telling me for you is that you moved September 1, 2017, you separated. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Here's the hard thing. Here's the thing that I think but I'm just going to validate based on what I see here astrologically. The lifestyle you had pre-separation is not going to be the lifestyle you get to take into this next chapter of your life. You're going to need to be ready and willing. And it sounds like, whether you've wanted to or not, life has just made you do this. You're going to need to be ready and willing to like give it all up, sell all the things, let go of the trappings of whatever the previous lifestyle was, even if you didn't think it was that grand. But there's going to be a necessity for completely releasing that way of living, because there is a new chapter upon you, both in love and in the world of living. But if there was any part of you that was like, well, this place is nicer, but it just costs more, so I'll just pay more and trust that I'll figure it out. Or I'm hoping to get this money from my ex to maintain things. Or, like I'm living on credit cards, to maintain all the extra things like my manicure, my hair dye, not to say that you're that way. I don't really see that you're that kind of person, but you get the gist of what I'm saying. Like if a lot of your money is going to like, ordering in and eating out, like there's a whole financial overhaul that the separation was going to facilitate and is still in progress with. And so you got one more high ticket item to sell it as quickly as possible. If you're living in any way above your means now, drop it. Like find a new place, pay half what you're paying, find something that's cheaper in a neighborhood that you would have never considered. Do what you have to do to bring your expenses down immediately is what I'm seeing here, because I don't see financial increase or gain for you coming in a major way soon. I see it, and by soon I mean in the next 6 months, the next 12 months. I see that there's some financial shifts that are going to come, but these are all about kind of reworking integrity into your financial plan, which I think, you've already been having to do. You haven't had another choice. But reworking kind of like your outlook and how you see spending, and the quality of your life versus like this, the trappings of your life quality, like those kinds of things. There's a need to really rethink that, because I'm seeing a lot of things, more things than have already been removed. I'm seeing further removal of things that are extraneous, or more specifically, a representation of the life you used to have. Like Saturn has been trying its damnedest to get you to let that life go, because there is a new life coming, especially in new love, much sooner rather than later. But it's going to require that there isn't anything else from the last life hanging out. Okay. I had a good life. It's flipped to a complete lack, and pandemic affected lots and a teen. I'm so sorry. I'm releasing everything from past, and last ticket is my wedding rings, of course. Yeah. And no wonder that's the last ticket item, because I'm seeing, if you want to know the real truth, I'm actually seeing your love life pick up before your financial life picks up, ironically. And so I think spirit is just on the move, trying to get you energetically and vibrationally ready for that, Terry Lee, so that there's just no shadow of your prior commitment in your current life, Terry Lee. So let me just do a little 3-card tarot pull for you. You want to go hang with Bigfoot, girl? I don't know. Some people that, I've heard some people say they've met the Sasquatch, and the Sasquatch is pretty stinky. There's a real strong odor that comes with the Sasquatch. Now, I tell you what, I'm not attached to a lot, but shower and clean water is kind of my minimum. Let me get this 3 card going for you. Let's see what the tarot wants to say. I felt that I need to release everything because of love coming in soon. You're so on point there. And I'm getting massive goosebumps. Yeah, good. It just sounds like you're the kind of person, Terry Lee, who energetically you're already sensitive to the movement of the planets and the energies. Okay, this card doesn't want to play. Let me find another deck. This deck wants to play. All right. Yeah, you're sensitive to the planets and the energies, Terry Lee. And so, because of that sensitivity, what I'm doing today is just validating your intuition. Card number 2. Card number 3. There we go. Oh, yeah. High Priestess came out, validating all of the intuitions. Okay, let's just see how this reads from the Santa Muerte deck. And then Talene, if you could paste your question, I'm going to read for you next. Talene, it's your turn. Okay, so for you, thank you, Christy. You are on the list. I think that's Oak Glitterati. So, okay. Page of Wands upright, 3 of Cups reversed, the High Priestess. So there is a piece of news and information that's going to come in for you based on what I'm seeing here. It looks like it's going to come by mail, but it's something you already knew was going to come. And it is about, crikey, I feel like I really need to clarify that 3 of Cups, so I'm going to do so extremely quickly. If there was some kind of third party involved in the completion of your separation, that third party's gone is one way to interpret this. But when I asked for clarification, Nine of Pentacles, Temperance, interesting, and 6 of Swords came up. Oh, if you're separated but not divorced, this looks like your divorce paperwork comes through and it's finalized. If you've been waiting on your person to sign the papers, it's going to come through. Yeah. And that's going to set you up to do some new things financially, it looks like. Queen of Pentacles, bottom of the deck. It looks like there are just certain things you were not able to do because the paperwork was not complete. But you're going to get a message that the paperwork's about to be handled. And you knew this was coming, and there were certain things you were told intuitively to just be ready for. And so this is your confirmation. Whatever you were told to be ready for, get ready, because you're about to get that message and you're going to need to move very quickly. Okay. Talene, you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you, Terry Lee. Talene, it's your turn, sweetheart. Did Talene pace? Yes. Awesome. Cool. And then Hope Glitterati and Shannon, I have you both on the list. Okay. Let me see what Talene is saying. Selling the rings are going to allow that. You're not divorced. Okay. Okay. Got it. Yeah. If your person was kind of like, oh, like dealing with somebody, it looked a little bit like there was a third party energy and you're about to learn that the third party is not in the picture. I don't necessarily see your ex trying to come back into your world per se, but I see you getting that message that that's done or whatever, something like that. I don't know. And so May 785, 57198. Quebec. $10. Oops, not 20. 10:51 a.m. 11/20/22 in general. All right, let's see. Okay. Shannon, I have you on the list, babe. I got you. Oh, Glitterati, I got you too. Let me go ahead and hit the timer. All right, TB, love in general next year. Let's see what's what for you. Where's my beverage? Let's hit these transits. Okay. Did you just get separated from someone? Did you just get like, are you like newly single or go into separation from someone? Because I'm seeing a separative energy here. And if you're on my channel, I know you hang out in the twin flame world. If you're on my list, I know that's kind of your bag. Here's what I'm seeing for 2022 for you. I'm not sure where things are at with your persons. You'll have to let me know. But with this transit of Saturn through your seventh house and then to your own internal divine masculine energy, I do see that if you're in separation, that does continue. Hopefully, it's not a no communication separation because those are really optional. I have you, Salma. Marriage is done, and Terry Lee says, TB is single. Okay. Yeah, this is telling me TB is single. So this is telling me that if there is some level of separation between you and your counterpart, that continues. Like I said, hopefully it is not a no communication separation. Like I'm not seeing any real need for no communication, but I am seeing, interestingly enough, a period of time of like transformation and growth in your own divine masculine energy internally, and a period of time where you start to kind of, anti self rally what it means inside of you. I mean, this is the thing my guides have been working with me on. Like, you incarnated into a body that's female, but you have both energies. So if you have both energies, you know what it means to be divine feminine, but do you really know what it means to be divine masculine? Like, are you ready to inhabit and incarnate that energy for yourself, Kay? And this is what I'm seeing about to go down for you in 2022. Excuse me, where you are integrating and bringing that energy home for yourself. I'm also seeing here that love in general next year, there's going to be some twists and turns. It's going to be interesting. With Jupiter making a square in the first 6 months of the year, things don't get good until the second half of the year. And by good, I mean like juicy. But things are certainly interesting in the first 6 months of the year. There's going to be some interesting people that seem to come out of nowhere who look like they start to express a little bit of interest in you. Again, I'm seeing another fertility transit. All y'all need to just be careful with your baby having selves, because I'm seeing a lot of fertility transits in these charts. I didn't even mention the last one or two because it was like other messages that person was focused on. But yeah, Jupiter square moon is a baby making transit. And especially for you, because you have moon in the fifth house where children live, I see some sexy time, TB. I got to be honest. I'm seeing some sexy time. Alex, I have you on the list, babe. I'm seeing some intimacy. I don't know if you're kind of rocking this out solo, like, visiting the stores, getting the toys, taking the classes, jade egging with yourself. I don't know if it's that. Let me put it this way. You could do that, but if you wanted to find literally a lover, not a partner or a mate, a lover. Next year is a phenomenal year to find it. And it looks like you're going to find like, it looks like you're going to find Magic Mike out here, girl. Like, that's the best way I got to say it. Like, you will find your very own personal Magic Mike in the first 6 months of the year if you are looking for it. Like I said, this isn't about dating. It's not about like getting into relationship or finding a partner or mate, even your counterpart. This is just straight up about like coming home to your own sexual self and getting your divine masculine energy congruent for you to lean with your own internal divine feminine energy. It's, making the sacred marriage with yourself for the first 6 months of the year. The second half of the year looks to be like it's both love and work focused all at the same time, where there's huge opportunities in love, huge opportunities in work that happen simultaneously for you. But I think some of that is a result of you kind of getting into this, honestly, like very sacred marriage energy with yourself for the first 6 months of the year. Now, you could, if you wanted to, like I said, you can find your own Magic Mike, girl. Like, he's out here. And I see the opportunity for that man or woman to show up and rock your world. I really see it. But if that's not something you're looking for, then, just exploring the power of your own yoni, your own pussy is really going to allow you to come home to your sexual self. And I also see here that for you, that's going to be very healing. In terms of, some of the stuff that you've been through in the last several years, love wise, it looks like you're still recovering from a heart space, but connecting that heart space with your sacral chakra is going to allow you to heal a bit more. And that's what it looks like love wise in 2022 for you. Melusine, it's your turn, baby. Please post your cue. Oh, why did it autocorrect to melamine? Huh. It's supposed to say Melusine. Let's see if it gets it right this time. Okay. Awesome TV. I know most people, they're like, tell me about love. They're not like, tell me about my sex life. Okay. Melusine, Alex, Haute Glitterati, Shannon, and then Salma in that order. All right. Let's see. Austria. I decline my DM's booty calls. He totally flipped on me. I released him. I am sovereign now. Is there an aftermath? Oh, girl. Hang on. I got to get myself together. Hang on. Oh, gosh. Too funny. I'm not doing it anymore. Oh, gosh. These girls out here. Okay. I think I have composed myself enough to do the next question. For the person who asked, it's Melusine who's up now, Alex, Haute Glitterati, Shannon, and then Salma. And if anybody else wants to jump on the list, you absolutely can. So let's talk about sex and the twin soul connection just for a second before I get into our girls' read here. I remember our conversations, Melusine, some of them. I don't remember all of them, but I definitely remember certain pieces. I remember that the sex piece was a very active part of you and your person's connection. I remember that much. Glitterati. Let's see. Einstein, Austria. Okay, so let's just talk about this for a second. Should I do a special on this? Should I bring together some twins to have a conversation about the sexual connection? Would you guys like to do a live broadcast about it? Let me know because I can get some guests on. Eisens, I'm all EISENTAD. Got it. Okay. 2 7 1981 6:45 a.m. I mean, I did say it a couple of lunations ago that as the divine feminine starts to move into the sign of Capricorn, she's looking for something real. And if it's not happening in the third dimension, she doesn't want to hear about it in the fifth. There's a real pull, a real kind of like desire for the manifestation of the connection in whatever format it's going to take. Friends, more than friends, full on separation. There's a real desire, like the divine feminine has moved into an energy. This is all our feminine energy, including your counterparts' feminine energy inside of them, has moved inside into an energy of like, how can I put it? Like it is on or it is off. It is black or it is white. We are doing this or we are not, but we're not going to hang out and do gray area stuff anymore. There's been that kind of shift inside of everyone's feminine energy. And this is good. I mean, the feminine is moving into earth sign Capricorn. She's going to hang out here until she lands in air sign Aquarius in February. The masculine energy Jupiter is moving into Pisces, right? And so this Piscean energy is the wrapping up of a cycle for masculine energies. We've come through the entirety of the wheel. It starts at Aries, ends at Pisces. And we begin a new season in 2022 and 2023 with the divine masculine in Aries. Not in addition, we have that coinciding with the conjunction of Juno and Jupiter, the twins, inside of the divine counterparts inside of Aries in the first in January of 2023. Okay, so all of this new beginning energy is happening. And all this new beginning energy is flowing through the divine counterpart templates. And ironically, at this time, it's actually the feminine energy who's like holding space for things to manifest in the third dimension for now. She moves into air next year and she stays in air for 11 months. But for now, there's a very third dimensional energy to the feminine energy. All of this to say, when it comes to the sexy time, let's talk about the sexy time, shall we? In twin connections, like there's sex and then there's like twin sex. And you guys all know that it's a different energy, a different frequency, it's a different vibration, a different feeling. Your twin does not have to be the best lover you've ever had for it to be the best sex you've ever had. And so some of what goes on, because the divine feminine gets heart activated first, if we're talking about the polaric energies, the divine feminine gets heart activated first. The divine masculine gets sacral activated first, right? And so one of the pieces of work for the feminine energy is to move the energy from just the heart into the high heart, through the throat, the third eye, the crown, and then to get it to come out of her crown around her auric field, tuck back into her grounding cord and move up. Ground it in the root. Ground the love in the root. Ground the love in the third dimension. Bring the third dimensionality, or bring the love to the third dimension. Let it act in the way you behave, the way you choose, where you live, how you work. This is the journey for the divine feminine, is to take what we've recognized as this massive heart activation, bring it into supreme awareness of what this kind of love truly is, because it's not attachment, it's not clinging, it's not demanding or expectation that they be a certain way, show up a certain way, that they have to. As one of my clients this week put it, he was like, this is not the relationship for you if you want to sit on the couch and have kisses. I was like, that's exactly right. This ain't it. And because there's so many other things about yourself that you begin to see, about life that you begin to realize, about love that you begin to integrate and vibrate at as a divine being. And so as this energy moves up from the heart through the third eye, there's a lot of awareness that's meant to come online. But as long as we're out here wanting to make it about sitting on the couch and having kisses, we're going to find, which a lot of people who operate in the polaric divine feminine do. Are you going to commit to me or not? Are you going to be with me or not? Are we having kids or not? My eggs are getting old. Are we going to be in a relationship or not? And Leah and Sherry actually did a beautiful broadcast on this on Leah and Sherry Twin Flames on their YouTube channel about the difference between relationship and connection, right? Once this energy that's heart activated really moves up to the third eye for the divine feminine polarity, you start to realize, look, as long as you're not out here bringing me STDs, you do what you need to do. Like, I just need to protect the temple. Like, don't come in here if you're sleeping with every other person. But other than that, we can figure this out. If you know that you're not sure about kids, or you know that you need to live in your own space, or you're really clear, that you've got some things you need to sort out as a parent before you can really connect with me, figure it out. It's all good. There's a lot of freedom and a lot of space once you've really integrated what love is asking of you to integrate. It's asking us to not possess them. We don't own them. We don't own their journey. Protect the temple by all means. Like, look, you sleeping with me, you ain't sleeping with nobody else. That's just how this goes. But other than that, the rest of this is it's like this can evolve in time because the connection isn't going anywhere. And I recognize I'd rather have you in my life than out of it in any capacity than absolutely no capacity. So let's figure out what can work for both of us to operate and materialize this connection in the third dimension. And it's not going to look like your mama's relationship. It ain't going to look like your sisters or your cousins or your best friend's wedding day and marriage. A lot of those things are attachments from the third chakra, the ego dimension, that are meant to die. And this is the final step. So remember, we talked about the heart activation up through the throat, the third eye, the crown, back round to the root to the sacral to the third chakra. For many divine feminines, this is the last thing to die, is all those attachments to third dimensional constructs for their connection. Once those things are dead and gone, and they're hard to purge, right? Because you have to give up some of your dreams. You have to give up some of the fairy tales that the third dimension says you're owed as a woman. And we're not saying tolerate bad treatment. What we're talking about here is actually about honoring that the connection doesn't have definition, that it will guide us. We don't have to guide it, right? And so if bad treatment is going on, I mean, obviously take a break. You don't need to sit there for someone who's like, yeah, actually, I do want to keep sleeping with everyone else. Or, yeah, actually, I'm not interested in what your feelings are. If I'm hurting you, I have found that most divine masculine counterparts actually really do give a lot of F's about hurting you. Most of them have a lot of feelings about, being less worthy of a partner for the love that you're providing them. So you'll find many of them, they'll step back. They'll be like, yeah, I can't do this with you because I'm not on that level. So I need to step back. And when they do, let them. But other than that, because they start at the sacral, that's where their activation begins. They don't know why, but they need to keep having sex with you. They feel a pull and they can't shake it. They have sex with you and some weird shit goes on in their life after that. They have sex with you and they can't stop smelling you. They have sex with you and the next thing you know, they feel you in the bed next to them or feel your body, or anytime their mind wanders off to porn land, it's your face that finally seals the deal before they get off, right? It's your energy. And so, because they start at the sacral, it can take a bit of time before the heart happens. Because while the ego death is the final thing for us, that's that third chakra, it is the last thing, it is the next thing for them. That third chakra, the whole ego death, the death of the entire egoic matrix that the third chakra creates as a template for who they're supposed to be as men, that has to die first. That's the very next thing that happens. Then the heart activation happens. Then the throat activation happens. But it takes them time to move through all of that. And that ego death piece for us, it's hard. It's really, really hard. It's hard for us. It's hard for them. We have a lot of things we experience prior to that third chakra part, and they experience that one first. And as you know, when you get to that part where you're out here like, I could have this man, or I could stop talking to this person and run out and get some babies before my eggs dry up, you have to really sit with that ego structure matrix programming around, well, do I want kids? Or is it more important that I have the unfoldment of this love in the way that this love wants to unfold? Why do I want kids? Do I want kids because my mom's expecting grandkids? I've already told my mom to give it up. It's a pipe dream. It ain't happening. She used to look to my younger brother. It's not happening. I've never wanted children. So that one wasn't hard for me. But you get the idea, right? Like maybe your counterpart doesn't want a wedding. Maybe they don't want the material expense of that. Maybe they're fine with like a courthouse thing and a move in. Are you going to throw the whole thing away because, their idea of things, materializing in the third dimension isn't yours? This relationship connection is always asking us to let go of our third dimensional attachments. And so all of that to say that because they start at the sacral, and the next thing that they have to do is die to their human man self or their human woman self, and whatever masculine attachments they had, achievement, work, money, status, a house, the car, they have to let their attachment to those things go. That's the last thing for us, first thing for them, but hardest thing for both. Because of that, you may find that they want to stay in the sexy time realm for as long as possible before they move through that ego death and then get to the heart activation part. Okay. You got what I'm saying here, that the sexy time does two things. It confirms who we are to them, especially especially when there's been pockets of no sexy time and then them going to explore things with other women or other men, right? When there's pockets of no sexy time and then they go do that, that actually is that's how they know. They're like, oh, it's different with her. Wonder why it's different. I don't know. Let me go over there and taste it again. It was different, but I wonder why. Let me leave. Let me go back over here and taste something else. Let me come back, taste it again. It's like they can't understand why your chocolate chip cookies are so good. They don't know. But the more they taste it, the more clear it becomes. There ain't no other cookies for me but these cookies. And I need to figure out what I need to do for these cookies to get real in my world, to stay in my world. So thank you, Alvin, for pasting that. If you see their video on connection versus relationship, Alvin, if you could paste that as well, that would be helpful for people. Or maybe just put it inside of the comment section below the video so people can find it. That would be fantastic. So the sexy time is not bad. It's one of the key ways that they receive the full divinity activation that is going to move them through the ego death, the heart activation, the throat and the high heart activation, and the third eye activation. So my counsel is always, as much as you can have it, have it. But if you're bringing kind of low vibration to it because you're going through your own ego death, then it's a really good idea to step back. If you can't be in it in a way where your love and your grace and your lusciousness isn't full and replenished, and you're savoring for this moment, not knowing if you're gonna get another moment, so just savoring this moment. If you can't bring that energy to it, then yeah, it's a great idea to stop. A great idea to stop. And like I said, the other kind of bare minimum is like, look, we got to take care of the human temple, the human vehicle. You can't be out here bringing me STDs, and I'm not going to be out here bringing you STDs. That's not to shame anyone with STDs. It's to say the body vehicle, we have to take care of it. And it's so important, especially for women, especially because of the way HPV cannot be detected in men. But it can be passed from woman to man, and then you could end up with ovarian cancer. Like, it is so important to take care of the body vehicle for this journey. And so if that bare minimum can't be met, then it's like, all right, well, look, you do you. I'll be over here doing me. But if that can be met and you have flexibility in your heart space because you've done so much other purging, then by all means, like, activate the sacral. The more the sacral gets activated, the faster they get into the ego death part of the third as the energy cycles up, out, and around. So hopefully that was a good explanation. I know it was a bit lengthy about the sex part, but I wanted you to understand that sex in the connection is very different than sex in a relationship with a boyfriend. Because whatever this person is to you, boyfriend, girlfriend, or what it looks like to the outer world, let me put it that way. Whatever this connection looks like to the outer world, you already know it is going to be much different than that. Much bigger than that, much more expansive than that, and it can't be bottled up or contained by third dimensional constructs. If it is going to thrive, it has to supersede those, and we have to be willing to rewrite those. The only way that happens is through that third chakra activation, the ego death part. Like I said, it happens last for us, but it's the first thing to happen for them. And it can be really scary and very crushing when it happens. Okay. That's what I got. Meloine, I have your chart, and now I will begin your reading. You guys have to let me know that whole little diatribe that I shared. Do you think that's useful? Should I snippet that and share it on the YouTube channel? You let me know if I should share that on the YouTube channel with other people, if you think it would be helpful for other people. Or maybe that's just the kind of thing everyone already knows and I didn't have to say all that. Give me some feedback. I'd love to know if you think that could be useful for other twins to know. Should I put it on the main channel? Where, everyone kind of gets that and I should let that go. I didn't have to go into that deep of an explanation. Okay, so you quit the sexy time. I'm not surprised. You've been in this mood all year, Melusine. I see Saturn here sitting on top of your Venus. And sitting on top of your Venus, which covers your eighth house. Eighth house is sex, alchemy, intimacy. It's where two things become one thing, right? Saturn sitting on top of Venus, Venus being the ruler of that eighth house because it's the ruler of Libra, the sign on your eighth house. This right here is actually going to facilitate for you a restoration of integrity for your eighth house. So I'm not surprised that you were like, yeah, I'm not doing this right now. This Saturn sitting with Venus, as you know, Saturn is the restorer of integrity. You and I have hung out on this channel for a couple of years now. So I know you've heard me talk about what Saturn brings to the feminine. It brings an opportunity for the feminine to operate in her highest potential. And so Saturn talking to Venus, this is a period of time of you coming back to wholeness. So if the act of the intimacy for you has meant that there are certain parts of you you can't bring to the room, there are certain parts of you that can't be online, you can't be whole you, all you, complete you in the connecting intimately, this Saturn would have forced you to cut it off so that you can get back to wholeness in your own sexuality, in your own intimate space. Like I said, I see this energy has been here for a couple of December of last year. It's been here for a year. It peaked in the first 6 months of this year. And now that we're wrapping up, what does that mean? Know and not hear it enough. Don't share it. You think I shouldn't share it, Melusine? I'm not clear, no, and not hear it enough. What this is telling me is that you've been in the mood all year to be like, this is not fulfilling to me because I can only be half of me here. So I gotta go. I gotta go to where I can at least be all of me. And this is normal. What you're experiencing is very normal. What you're about to go through as Saturn hits your sun, your Mars, your Mercury, your moon, like this is going to be a tremendous period of no more half-assing it, no more half me. I'm not being half me at work. I'm not going to be half me in my friendships, no more half me with my family, no more half me with my girlfriends. I'm not going to be half me anymore. Anyone who wants to deal with all of me, you know where to find me. But if you don't like who I am when I am in the fullness of my energy and my presence with my boundaries and my needs and my hopes and my dreams and my desires and the fullness of my communication, you don't want that. You don't want that version of me. Don't come over here. So this transit's going to be about 2.5 years for you, maybe 5 actually, because we have the movement through Aquarius. We're already a year into that. Then we have 2.5 years in Pisces. And so for you, having that conversation with him, will there be blowback? Will there be aftermath? Probably. Listen, I see the divine masculine energy sits here in your 8th house, right? I don't remember the specifics of your story, but I know we've talked about this a number of times. There's some stuff he's going to need to confront before you feel good again. And because the 8th house is secrets and shadow, it's shame and fear as well. There's some stuff he's going to need to confront before you're ready to receive him back and before he's ready to be back into the space. here's what I can tell you for show, Melusine, and then I'm going to go ahead and pull the 3 cards for you because the timer went off, and I know that little diatribe kind of went on for a minute. I'm glad. So you guys found it helpful, and I should share it. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for telling me that you thought I should share it. I appreciate that. So here's the deal. Will there be blowback? Directly, no. I don't think you're going to get blowback. Here's what I do think with that placement of divine masculine energy. And remember, he's your mirror, right? With that placement, the 8th house placement, I suspect he's going to, he'll be like, yeah, I heard you. Just come over. Yeah, I heard you. Looking for blowback. So I'm pulling the cards now for her decision. These 2 came out quick. It's really cute. He's going to hide that didn't hurt him. He had some real ego invested in his D game. It's fine. He thought you were never going to give it up. He thought he had it like that. He's not going to tell you. Yeah. Oh, I like this. I like how this spread played out. He's just going to try and sneak back in the back door with an 8th house DM placement. Like, both of you have the energy of your own masculine energies that in the shadow, they avoid. In the light, it's shame on sleeve. Like, yeah, you know what? I'm an ass sometimes, and I'm sorry, but this is kind of how, I have my own stuff to work on, and etc. Like, he'll own it, but I see what will happen first is that he's probably going to try and sneak back in, like just try to hook you into wanting it. Because I see 3 of Swords upright, 7 of Swords reversed. So he's not going to tell you that hurt, that you were like, no, your D game is not that strong where I feel like I have to have it. And then Knight of Pentacles reverse, Knight, Knight of Pentacles reversed. What I see is a little bit, he may try to be like, well, if we ain't fucking, we can't be friends. Like, I see him trying to pull one of those. So okay, thanks, Melusine. I see him trying to pull one of those. Like, well, you said you didn't want to have sex with me, so I thought that meant we also couldn't be friends. And not telling you that. Like, this is his own subtle manipulation tactic. Because he's hurting, he doesn't want to tell you he's hurting. He'd rather just kind of be like, oh, well, nothing can happen now because you cut off the sex. But then not tell you that either. So you're going to be in a little bit of a guessing game with him about what's happening here. Like, you're going to wonder, because I don't see communication. I see him just kind of being like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're not doing that. And then, because he wants to play like Melusine, like his D is like just that good, and you are just that digmatized. And he's trying not to acknowledge that the connection means enough to him, that he wants it to go forward either way, which is okay. It looks to me like, it's misaligned for you here inside the astrology. That much is clear. And for him, the impact just looks like it hurt. He didn't like to hear that. And it wasn't hurt like full on ego. It was also hurt like he got more out of it than he was willing to tell you. His heart was more into it for the 3 of Swords to come out, way more into it than he was willing to admit to. And so because of that, he never admitted to it. And here you are, like, if this is all there is, I'm out of here. It's going to facilitate a little bit of a like catch-22 for him. And so you might need to be really clear with him, like, look, especially when he tries to like wriggle back in, because I see him trying to do that. The sex can be back on the table. here's what we would need to do. And whatever is going to allow you to feel whole and like the connection is, has enough space for you. And I'm not talking about trying to make it into a relationship. Remember, there's a big difference between the two things. I'm just talking about, like, for me to be willing to still explore this connection, what is it I actually need? Because I do see him trying to be like, just kind of wriggle back in after a period of not talking to you and not being around you. And it's fine. Let him go through his period of time where that's what he feels the need to do. But in the meantime, you need to start differentiating for yourself. What is your minimum? What is it that the connection is asking me to do? And how is that different than what a relationship would look like? Because he may not be asking you for a relationship right now, but he sure, like the way that Three of Swords popped out, and it was the first one to pop out, his heart was on the line. It was invested. And so it's going to be really helpful for you to understand, well, for me to engage in the way that works for you, here are my baseline minimums so that we can allow this to still grow in whatever way the connection wants to unfold. Connection could have kids, it could not have kids. It could have a house together, it could not have a house together. It could have a job together in Singapore, it could not. We don't know what the connection is going to ask you guys to do. And we can't stamp our ego structured dreams onto it and try to force it in there. It doesn't work like that. So, you got to think about what really works for you, Melusine, during this period. Now, I did say, Alex, I'm sorry, I didn't say it yet. It's your turn. Thank you for your patience, Alex, Glitterati, Shannon, and Salma. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, you four, you're going to have to let me know if that message that I just shared about sex between the counterparts is actually useful for you. Okay? You're going to have to let me know if it helped you guys as well. Okay. So we have Alex. Let me just type it in the chat. Okay. So on point, thank you so much. That was so good and uplifting. Much love. You're welcome, Melusine. You have some work to do on your side to figure out how to be more of your full self, real self with him. So take this time to do that. Hope Glitterati, it was helpful for you too. Good. I know it took me more time to get to your turn, Oak Glitterati and Shannon and Salma, but thanks for hanging in there while I delivered the message. After Alex, then it is you, Hope Glitterati, then Shannon, then Salma, then Madeline. Shannon says, yes, it resonated. Salma says, I've been friend zoned by my DM and never had sex with him. Got it. Yeah, that happens too. I see that happen with people where counterparts just like, nope, not going there. And sometimes, they have an intuitive sense that the second thing that happens, Hope Glitterati, I don't know where Alex went. Alex was probably done with my diatribe. So Hope Glitterati, if you want to paste your question, go ahead. And then yeah, if you want to go ahead and paste your question. Some of that can happen. Sometimes they do have a real intuitive sense that if they keep going on this path, there's Alex. Never mind, Hope Glitterati. Please wait. Okay, because I'm going to come back to you, Christy. Just hang on. Okay, so let me get Alex's chart together. Puerto Rico. Oh, you're at the DOJ now. Okay, let's see what's what. Thanks again, Alex. Thank you so much for your patience while I delivered that message. I know you're probably like, can you just talk to me about my job, please, girl? I don't need to hear all of that about sex. But thank you for your patience. I deeply appreciate it. Okay. VW, the list is open. Let's talk to Alex about her DOJ job. Weren't you at like the CIA before or something? I don't know. No, FBI. I don't remember. You was in one of these alphabets. I was like, dog. Alex out here doing the thing. Okay. Okay. You want to ask for more pay or thinking about a sideways move? Will it be supported? Okay. I got it, VW. Giving him his space. It's all okay, cool. Yeah, sometimes you'll get front zone right up front because they already know it's a one and done with you. They start messing around with you. Next step is ego death, and they're not ready for that. And it's an intuitive knowing. It's not a conscious knowing. Okay, guidance for me, new job. You like the stability. You want better pay. Okay, here's what I got, Lady Taurus. I see you moving into a period of time where it's just like, I got to make moves. This is going to last for you. Let me just see where we get to in February. Yeah, this is going to last through February where you're just like, okay, I can't have a stagnancy in my career. It's just you at the DEA. Yeah. Um, it just looks like it's just not going to work for you. And so if you're feeling inclined to make moves now, I do see that while there may, yeah, I see it looks like a little bit less of money. That's the thing. Money doesn't really show up for you. The opportunity to have more money come through shows up in the second half of next year. May into 2023, June into 2023. So here's the way I would play it based on what your transits are saying. Because the energy is supportive for, like, I see that you're seen in a favorable light at your job, especially as we get into January. I will wait till January. Yeah, January, you have a lot of support on your side. You're looking really good publicly, at work. And don't do it before the holiday, do it in January. And then I would just be really clear about, like, look, I really would like to move ahead in my career. Like, forward movement is very important to me. And I would just ask your two, like, in front of you supervisors, two questions. I'd ask them straight up, uh, based on what you can see from me at present, where do you think that I would need to, where do you think my career here can go in terms of advancement? Like, what do you think what are the honest possibilities for me, given what you're seeing about my work ethic, about my resume and background? Where do you think is the honest possibility for me? And in how many years? That's what I would ask first. Get some honest feedback. And then the second question I would ask is, after they've kind of mapped out, here's where we could see you within the agency, I would say, okay, thank you for the feedback and the honest opinion. What would you need to see from me in order for me to get there? What are the top 3 things that I can work on, so that you can see that I'm serious about following the path that you just described? And then what I would do is I would get to work, right? I would get to work on the metrics that they lay out for you. And then I'd have a second conversation. The second conversation should come at the Jupiter retrograde. So let me give you the date for that. Yeah. I think it's June. Nope. Yeah. Okay, no, but still it should happen then. Okay, May, June, after you've done a little bit of prove it to them work, Alex, the final thing that I would say, the second conversation you need to have is so I've been thinking about what you said. I've been working on what you shared with me. My curiosity is about what's possible in the world of pay for what it is that like if I wanted to step up in salary as well, what's possible, and given what the department budget is, when do you think that's possible for me? And they'll probably dance around the shit because they always do. Nobody's prepared for these fucking questions because they put them on a spot and they ask for loose commitments, right? But as long as you're proving that you can deliver on what it is that they are telling you in the first, 3 months, first quarter and second quarter, by the end of the second quarter, you can ask about the money piece and just let them know, like, I've been working on it. I'd like to know what's possible in the realm of, financial increase or compensation for me, given the track that I'm on in the next year to 2 years. Given what you know about the agency budget, what's possible for me? And they may be like, oh, I gotta get back to you, yada yada, blah blah blah. But you've then set the course, because if you're not moving in this agency by that point in time, which I actually see is it's not possible for you to be in the agency and not moving by that point in time, given your transit. You have too many good transits. You got Jupiter sitting with your moon, Jupiter in your second house of earned income, Jupiter trine your midheaven, Jupiter trining your sun. There's just too much like success, money, luck, opportunity, expansion transits to your career and money house as we get into the first 8 months of next year. So it would shock me if you aren't able to move ahead. It does look like it is going to need to be by a bit of your own volition. It looks like it could be within the agency that you're within. You're going to have to get some courage up with Chiron sitting with your moon. It is going to feel nerve-wracking to ask these questions. You're going to wonder if you're good enough or if you're asking them prematurely. I wouldn't move to another agency without following through on the process, Alex, but because it actually looks really, really, really good. Okay. You can see yourself, and I'm a fiery Scorpio Aries moon. Hey, for the Scorpio Aries combo. Mars, baby. Mars, baby. Okay. Hope Glitterati, it's all you, babe. Let me have your question. It is harder to move in the government, Alex. That's exactly why I said, what do you see in the budget for me in the next 2 years, next year to 2 years? Because it's going to take you time. They can't just hand you a raise. Yeah, good. Okay, good. So you probably already know what's in the budget, girl. I mean, all right. All right. All right, Clarati, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I hope things are better for you too. Wait, where were you born? Dallas. You're welcome, Alex. It's my pleasure. 4781. I know. I have all the beverages going on over here. My voice sounds crazy cakes. Um, Let me share a screen. I have the beverages going on. I'm sipping, but I mean, there's just nothing I can do about the way it sounds. It just sounds like I'm congested, and I am. Okay. Let me set this timer and we come back to HG. Ooh, chow. You look like, yeah. Were you married before, Christy? Or close to it? I see one of your exes popping out of the past and into the present. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for you, but I see it coming. Whether you want that or not, it's going to come with a real huge pull. It's kind of like, I'm so drawn to this person. It's going to be extraordinarily magnetic. And it's going to ask you if you want a second chance with this person. The energy is going to ask you if you want a second chance with this person, because it looks like a second chance is going to be plausible. Let me just see who's talking to your Mercury. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not easy, but plausible. And I think you're going to hear from this person you divorced a year ago. Got it. 4/7. Oh, December 15th. Crap. That isn't your birthday. Thank God. Okay. Whew, child. Let's try that again. I thought I pressed 4/7. 4/7, 1981. 11:58 a.m. Dallas. Yeah. Okay, let's try again. Okay, sorry. Ain't no X's. Woo! So glad we cleared that up. This looks not like that. Instead, what this looks like is you kind of putting to bed some of the remnants, Glitterati, some of the remnants of the way you used to do relationships. I see a huge showdown and confrontation coming for you between your fears about relationship, specifically about your age, and your dreams in relationship in comparison to your age. I'm seeing a massive showdown. It's probably already begun. You might already be feeling this energy, where you need to figure out, like, you either need to get an agreement that there's no such thing as too late, and that you can have what you want at any age. You either need to get an agreement with that as a statement of fact and reality for yourself, or you're going to get it's a little bit dragged, Christy, by the energy here, which is going to force you to, like, really look like, maybe a little embarrassment, a little shame about what you've done with your time so far, the loves you've had so far, the things that have ended so far. It's going to be really easy for you to get into your shadow energy. And I'm telling you right now, here's the way out. Here's the way out. Get into agreement that whatever you want is possible at any age, and start finding those feeds on Instagram, those stories on YouTube and Facebook about these women who are out here doing the damn thing at 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, running their first marathon at 75, adopting kids at 80. Like, you got to get out here and really start to find the stories of what there is to look forward to in front of you, not behind you, that didn't happen. And the more you're able to do that, what I'm actually seeing here is you are going to build a bit of a cachet of personal power that's going to help you begin the process of being ready to date again, ready to put yourself out there again. Because the reason why this is important, especially now, is because as soon as Jupiter hits Pisces, you are going to have a harmonious transit from your sex house to your flirtation house. Remember what I was saying earlier about somebody finding their personal magic Mike? Well, Glitterati girl, this is you too. But this is only going to be possible if you can deal with the fear, but not park in the pain of what's gone before you. Deal with the concern, like, okay, so maybe, it might be a little late, but you could freeze an egg, right? Maybe you get some egg rejuvenation, ovary stem cell rejuvenation. It's a thing. I've heard of it. You freeze some eggs and then you carry on, right? Confronting the fear actively instead of getting dragged by the energy. This is really going to be incredibly important because, like I said, I see a sex transit. It's already started. But mommy, you're going to have to not get dragged by this fear-mongering Pluto energy and during this Venus retrograde for you to get something out of it. And then as soon as that's done, as soon as Jupiter gets out here by month 3 of next year, oh, honey, it's on and popping. Like, relationship energy, synergy, second marriage energy, real dating possibilities start to show up. But I'm seeing you need to remember that you're very viable. Even though you turn 40 this year, you're very viable as a woman. And that your age doesn't break you and it doesn't define you. And this is going to be incredibly critical for you, Haute Glitterati, to stand in order for the good things to come forward. Okay? That's what I got for you, baby cake. Shannon, it's your turn, honey. Because there's a lot of really good sex in 2022 for you. Like, a lot. Y'all out here making me wish I had a sexy transit in 2022. Shit. Okay. Elvin, I have you on the list. And then Casa Rustica, I have you on the list as well. Damn, no, none of y'all Venmo no more. Where you got none of y'all Venmo? All these PayPal fees. Some of y'all need to learn how to Venmo. Where is the vent when you need her? Okay. Casa Rustica, I got you. And there we go. Let me move some of this. I got all kinds of notifications on my phone about other stuff in the way. So I'm trying to move it out of the way so I can just see the payment information. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah, Haute Glitterati, that's it. Don't keep yourself stuck. That's exactly it. Like, I see you're going to have some of those misgivings. Girl, you better buy some sexy panties and get your eyelashes done and get your hair did and get out here. Come on. Make yourself feel sexy. You don't need a man to do that. You don't need a woman to do that. You can make you feel sexy. Buy yourself some sexy lingerie. All right? Don't be out here putting your limiting what's possible in your life and in your feelings Do not limit that to who's in your life and what they're doing, right? You can have babies without a man. I know several twins who have done it. They're like, you know what? He is not showing up for this. And I know I'm ready to have kids. He'll be along. You know it. I know it. He knows it. Come on. Panaji. Got it. Okay, Shannon. Seven 1980. 10:17 p.m. Okay. Yeah, you better find these women out here on YouTube talking about a good sex life over 40 because they are out here. These women are doing it. I don't know if you've seen her. Whose channel is it? Oh, crap. She just broke up with her boyfriend too. And she's always got these like sex tips and sex stuff for women. I really love her. Like I love, love, love her. The lashes are always on point. Yes, girl, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, keep them lashes done. Go that extra step. Get them nails done, right? Get you that mirror that makes you look hot. Get that mood lighting. Layla, that's her name. Layla Sex. Let me just put that in. See, Layla Martin. Let me share the screen. Pro tip for all of y'all, subscribe. Here she is, Layla Martin. I absolutely love her. Look at that. How to surrender during sex. Sexual healing and pleasure. Practice for singles, couples, and more. Let's click on her channel and just see what Layla's teaching us this week. Shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Let's see what Layla's trying to teach us this week. Oh, she's telling us all about how to finger pussy, 4 delicious ways, what the F is a crystal yoni egg, and all about it. I'm telling y'all who have this sex transit, you better get your yoni egg and get up in here. Orgasm tools, 80% of women had a better orgasm after using this. Mommy, you are viable. Viable. Very viable now because after 40, you know what you want. And that's very attractive to other people. How to give your partner energy orgasm. Sounds like you're single. Self pussy massage, the ultimate self-care ritual. Y'all better get on Layla's channel. Come on. Don't be out here being afraid of being 40. 40 is I don't need it to be the new 30. 40 is awesome and it feels amazing. You really own who you are and what you're working with. It's awesome. Thank you, Elvin. You're the best, girl. You are the best. Yes, Mama Gina, put her up. Thank you. Remember that pussy power. Come on. Okay, now Shannon says, I feel that I'm in a shift with my love life and finances, 3 years on and off, mainly sex and triggers. No contact since 2013, since last decade working on self, shifting old patterns. With love and money, positive shifts from around mid-decade. Yes, good, Shannon. Very good work. I feel these are both linking up for me, sex and finances. Please confirm, Shannon. But if the focus here is just on one, then let's do finances. Yeah, I can do one thing, but I will let you know if for some reason the other, I'm looking to see your chart, are the two things connected? Not directly, no. Sort of. Okay, let me see what else this is. Let's do finances. It turned up too hot. I'm already ran hot. Oh, Glitterati. Good. Yes, forever young Pisces. Put it out there, girl. Having that good sex at 72. Do not let your age define you, ladies. You are not your age. You are your aliveness. Remember this. You are your life can be as full as your aliveness allows you to. And that's what we need to focus on, making sure that we feel alive. Not what the fucking calendar says. Fuck that noise. Y'all know better than this. Don't come on my channel with this nonsense. I'm just kidding. You can bring whatever you need here. Okay, Shannon. So this is what I got. Financially, okay, second half of next year is when the heat really turns up. Second half of next year is when we start to have some amazing energy show up for you when it comes to your money and your career. And this energy is going to set you up for kind of like a launch or like a transition period or like a catapult, Shannon, into having a much richer, literally financially richer, 2020s decade than your 2010s decade. I mean, I see the problem here in your 2010s decade. From like 2010 forward, I see why you have been on this track to really heal your finances. And I also see why the two were linked simultaneously. The ruler of your house of finance sits over here in your love life house, okay? Because there's that means that whenever you have a hard transit through your love life house or a good transit through your love life house, impacting your love life house, you're going to feel impact simultaneously in the world of money for you, okay? That doesn't necessarily mean that you did something wrong or something right in love that made money come. I'm just speaking strictly astrologically here. This is about understanding that because the ruler of the money house lives in the love house, whenever something hits one, it also hits the other. Specifically, when something hits the love house, it's also hitting the relationship house as well. Now, here's what I need you to know. For next year, it's the money that's going to take the major precedent in the second half of the year. The love is going to get a little bit of a boost in the first half of the year, but it looks more like you're doing a lot of shedding of family paradigms, patterns, subconscious mind traps that have held you back from feeling like you can have the kind of love life you want. The opportunity bringer and expander is going to move through the subconscious mind house and harmoniously aspect the ruler of your love house. But when it does that from the subconscious mind house, it doesn't tend to bring a person as much as it brings a brand new like vantage point about who you are and what's possible. But then as soon as it gets out here into that first house in Aries, and it will in the second half of the year, now we're cooking with fire. We've got harmonious aspect here to your 10th house of career. We've got harmonious aspect out here at the end of the year to that money house. And we've got harmonious aspect here to your house of creativity. There's a business you've been wanting to start, an idea that you've been noodling on. Get it done. Get it ready. Launch it, because I'm seeing a lot of financial success for you next year, Shannon. A lot of it. The main thing that I see could hold you up is like too much attachment to the past. It's very similar to Glitterati, but in a different way. It's an energy of like being stuck in fear or what you couldn't do before during this freaking Venus retrograde. Or an energy of being kind of like overly hung up on family expectations of you, since the ruler of your relationship house is in your family house where your roots live. So you're going to need to do a lot of release work to differentiate and unenmesh, disentangle your dreams for your life from your family's dreams for you, so that you can be in a place of being 100% receptive when the love thing happens. Because I'm seeing the minute this money thing, is kind of complete in 2022 into 2023, boom, the relationship thing happens. And it's like you're off to the races in a completely new chapter in a completely new decade. The bad times really are behind you, Shannon. I see why it was hard for about a decade there, given what the transits were doing. But what you were being asked to do is to get on track with being in alignment with your soul and let go of people and circumstances that actually weren't going to be in alignment for you. And so that can be as hard as it is. It's as hard as the strength of our holding on. So the more you just continue to let go, continue to release, continue to, not try to copy paste your past onto your present and future possibilities, the easier it's going to be to just be open to the expansion. And like I said, if you got a business, girl, start it. Because I'm seeing money, 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 money in the second half of 2022 going into 2023 for you. Okay. And then after that, then the love thing happens. Okay, so let's have Salma. Thank you for letting me read for you, Shannon. And again, let me see if I can find this back up here in the chat. Sorry to cough all up in you guys' ear. At least you could talk to me and we don't have to wear masks because we're all in our homes. This is from somebody who posted earlier. If you could just put your question and your birth data inside the chat all in one, like the example I'm pasting here for you, that would be good. If you could just paste it like that so it's not spread out over 3 different chats, that'll help me out a lot. So we'll do Salma, Madeline, Vivien, Elvin, and Casa Rustica. We'll do you guys in that order. All right. Kelly, yeah, Kelly, I got done. All right. And then Madeline, if you could get ready, that would be great. All right, let's talk to Salma. Salma Suleiman. Yeah, 2023 is basically tomorrow. Just get your money right. Right? Who is Salma? Are you still in Saudi? Because I thought they blocked YouTube and all these other American things. I didn't think you could find this from Saudi. I've had a lot of my Saudi clients be like, just send me a recording because Zoom doesn't even work for me. They block it here. You don't have to tell me your whole location, but I was just curious, like, how are you getting YouTube in Saudi? You're welcome, Shannon. Yeah, Glitterati, go for it. You can definitely go for it. Oh, let me share screen. Where's the share screen button? And then where's the chat? Okay. You're in Cali. Good for you, girl. Good for you. Not that Cali's amazing and Saudi's not. I mean, it's not that, but I'm just glad that you're able to join us on the YouTubes because none of my Saudi clients can. I'd like to start earning money from selling my art over the next couple of months. All right, girl. Let me look at this chart. Okay, got it. Where is she? Okay. What can I do to maximize my income, abundance, and creativity in 2022? All right, let's just see what's what. Let me see what's good. Let me set the timer. I think even PayPal is blocked in Saudi. No, it's not. They can pay there. Okay, let me see what's what. Okay, really good news. So your house of creativity, where your art comes from, is Jupiter governed. And then your income house, where your money comes in, is Mercury governed. Thank the sweet baby J. These two live together. They're sitting within 8 degrees of one another. So the minute something hits one positively, it's hitting the other positively. What we have for you is we have Jupiter moving into a harmonious aspect with both of them in the second half of next year. Um, Let me go back to your question. Okay. So, what you can do, because it's going to move into that second house, sorry, it's going to move into Aries, fire sign Aries, and then from fire sign Aries, it's going to harmoniously aspect all the other fire signs. So, your creativity house, Sag, is going to get lit up. And then the opportunity is also going to harmoniously light up Leo, where Jupiter and Mercury sit for your earned income house and that creativity house. With that kind of light up going on from Aries. Now, Aries is your house of education. It's your house of where things, where you learn, where you travel, where you have the opportunity to kind of grow and expand through courses, higher education, online learning. This is telling me that as soon as possible, you need to look for a course, because this is also, it's moving into Aries, but it's going to aspect axis 9 and 3. This is the marketing PR axis, education axis, communications axis, internet access. I'd love to be able to say to you that you're just going to post some things on Instagram and people are just going to buy your art. You're going to need to work harder than that. And the reason for that is because Chiron's also going to be here. And we have Saturn opposing these two planetary energies. And Saturn demands hard work. Jupiter brings luck. Saturn demands hard work. Saturn is the outermost planet. It is saying luck is possible if you do what I need you to do first. And that is the hard work. All of that to say, it looks like if you so choose to find a class or a course that really helps you to understand how to make money as a visual artist, what are the options for revenue? What are the opportunities for selling your art from someone who actually is making money as a visual artist and who can teach you how to do that too? And then you start to implement and do the things that they teach you how to do, you will find that you're able to make really good money as an artist starting next year. But it does look like it's going to require education first, and then from the education, a bit of implementation. If you're just hoping, like, oh, I'll post some things on Facebook, some things on Instagram, I'll do some things on YouTube. If you're not getting any traction from just being social media active, it's because there's something you're missing from an education perspective. Just like any other field, right? Any other type of entrepreneurship, whether you're a massage therapist, I was a marketer for many years, whether you are a graphic designer, it is one thing to know how to do your craft. It is another thing to learn how to sell it and make money. They're two different skill sets, two different education tracks. You have to be skilled not just at your craft, you also have to be skilled at the art of marketing. And the marketing rules are different for every industry. And the way it's going to work for you as an artist, I don't know what you're going to need to do, but I know you're going to need to be willing to learn it based on these transits and then spend as much time marketing as you're spending creating art until you've got momentum going. And momentum, just so you're clear, can take several years. Doesn't happen overnight, but you've got some very good transits where if you just start applying what you learn, you are going to have to find a teacher first. Ninth house is teacher, education. If you just apply what you learn, what they taught you, This is going to go really well and be very lucrative for you as an artist in the years to come. The last thing I'll say is Uranus is making this aspect to your 10th house. If you have not already been, this is going to be a polite euphemism, excused from your job so that you can focus full time on your art, expect that that may be coming at some point soon, because that Saturn Uranus square from your house of service into your career house is trying to help you get to successful artist status, Salma, but it's trying to make sure that you do it because there's a timing thing to this. So I do expect an ending career wise, but as long as you've got that education under your belt when it comes to making money from your art, I don't see you needing a bridge job for very long, if at all. Madeline, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. So good luck. You'll have to send me, like, show me your art. I'd be so curious to see. Good luck with it all. And like I said, if you get excused from your job so that you can focus full time on your art, count it as a blessing, because the timing of when this Jupiter thing hits, you're going to need full time focus on learning the marketing, implementing so that you can still create. Okay. You were let go of my tech job recently and I feel nervous but super grateful. Okay, so you were already excused. Yeah. The Saturn Uranus squares were trying to do that for you. Like I said, euphemism for being let go. Yeah. They were definitely, that was coming either way. But if you can find the education in the now time and take the class, you're going to be great. Just look for someone who can teach you how to be a paid artist on the internet. Find someone with some street cred who's done it, with some testimonials, who can say, I did it for this artist, this artist, this artist. They're all paid and working now before you sign up. Okay. Hang on one second, guys. I got to use the restroom and I'll be right back. Madeline, please post your question. Okay, I am back. Okay. February 7, 1990. What's the birth location, Madeline? I need the location, sweetheart. Oh, it looks like Shannon got on the list again. Shannon. Oh no, Shannon booked a private reading. Okay, got it. I'm just waiting on Madeline to tell me the birth location so that I can create a chart. London. Okay, perfect. Thanks, Madeline. Got it. Let me come back into the chat. I'm drinking all the beverages, Kylie. All the beverages. Okay. February 7th, 1990. London, United Kingdom. London 2719990. Sunrise chart. Okay. So I created a sunrise chart for you. Let me share the screen so that you can see it, because there was no birth time, and that's fine if you don't have a birth time. It's better not to guess. I can have more accuracy with a sunrise chart. Let me just take a quick look at your person's chart overall. Okay. And what you want to know about is April of 2022. Okay. What's happening in April of 2022? Oops, not 4022, 2022. And you had a specific date in mind. You wanted to know about the 4th at 7:30 p.m. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we have Moon in Taurus on this day, late degrees of Taurus. Okay. And you asked, you had a specific transit, 6 squares that I can see those, so it looks challenging. Can you tell about it? All right, I'm not going to be able in a single question reading to do the whole breakdown. 6 transits, 6 squares is a lot. But what I can see, let me set my timer. The main story going on this coming year, there's actually a couple main stories going on for your person. In the sign of your person's sun, we have a Saturn transit to the sun. And this, I mean, I like Saturn transits personally. They force us to grow. They force us to become much better versions of ourselves. And the way Saturn does this is by stripping anything out of our life that is the old version of ourselves. Old people, old, circumstances, they get removed during a Saturn transit. If those circumstances or people asked us to be half or less of ourselves in any capacity, Saturn is snipping these things completely out of our lives. And so, because Saturn is going to act on his sun in this way, this is going to significantly impact the relationship world, the romantic world, because it's going to impact the sign opposite the sun. So certain behaviors, certain patterns fall by the wayside, but it's also going to impact like his true nature. Saturn transits, especially to sun or moon, tend to make us way more internal. Way more internal. I've got Saturn squaring my moon right now. And my counterpart like has Saturn squaring his sun, and both of us are like, yeah, can't be bothered with people. I just can't be bothered to call them. If they want to talk to me, they'll talk to me. And if I feel like talking, I'll talk. But just there's a general lack of interest in social activities because there's so much brewing on the inside and transforming as you work around shifting into a better, more whole, more complete version of yourself. Now, what's telling about this for me as well is that this is also going to impact your person's North Node and their sun. So their direction in life and their lessons in life are going to come sharply into focus in the coming year. What am I doing? Where am I going? What am I learning? What have I learned so far? Why? And why, right? And is it me? Like, is this really me? Is this really who I am? This is a transit that is demanding massive authenticity, massive authenticity. And so because of this, you may see some new behaviors, which is actually going to be a good thing. That's going to be helpful. And you can trust that any new behavior that's coming forward from your person is going to be a direct reflection of them trying to be the most authentic, self-expressed, honest, and truest version of themselves that they could possibly be at this time. Okay. And that's actually a good thing. I've checked Uranus, no major transits from Uranus to personal planets. I've checked Chiron while I was talking, nothing major from Chiron to the personal planets. Let's take a look at Pluto, nothing major from Pluto to the personal planets. Neptune, I see a Neptune sextile to Mercury, but this could also just make your person a lot less communicative on the whole as well, with a sextile to Mercury. When Neptune hits Mercury, our communication functions tend to go sideways. I like the sextile a lot because the sextile allows us to spiritualize our thinking and communicating and experience these things and experience the higher realms, especially because Mercury sits behind your person's sun. Lots of psychic insight coming through for your person with this transit, which is also probably why they may be a little bit quiet as they move through this. And so as this happens, I wouldn't say it's full on cocoon mode. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing more so of an energy of like spending a lot of time with oneself, looking in the mirror, making sure the 7 areas of life are unfolding in a direction that is fully in alignment with who your person is from a soul level. And it's a necessary step in everyone's journey. You get to this place and you start to really reevaluate your friendships, your choices. You get to a place where you're really reevaluating what you're doing for work, who you allow to be in your personal life, why they are there, and whether or not, you need to make some changes, let certain things go. There's also, with the Saturn transit to Sun in that way, in exiting, there are necessarily, and by design, people who are exiting the building because Sun is the ruler of the sign opposite his sun. It's twofold, certain romantic possibilities. Saturn is going to demand that he starts thinking about things in a more real, more long-term kind of way. I'm going to do your 3-card pull now, Madeline, on this question. Energies of April. What can help Madeline be at peace with what's happening with her person? What does she need to see, hear, know for the energies for her person for next year? That, like I said, that Saturn Sun is the major news. There isn't anything else that's major. I don't really count, the little transits of Mercury or the moon or Venus is major. That's like, today the sun's out, tomorrow it's cloudy kind of thing. Today it's 60 degrees, tomorrow it's 80 degrees, that kind of thing. When I'm looking for what season, like that's a major story. I'm looking at the outer planets. And so it's that Saturn's sitting on top of the sun that looks like it's telling the biggest story. I like this. Star upright, 2 of Swords upright, and then 8 of Wands upright. What's at the bottom of the deck? Page of Swords. Yeah. Even though I don't know what your guys' level, you're wondering where you'll fit in. Yeah, Madeline, I get that. I'm going to be really honest with you. Based on the transit that I just saw, it would be hard for anyone to fit in, hun. Not just you, anyone, romantically speaking. The transit that I just saw for your person is, let me put it this way. Can you guys just type in the chat really quick? Like, how does a person know when they're ready to be married? Like, what's happening in their life that lets them know they're ready to be married? And I'm not saying you're trying to get married. I'm just going to illustrate a point here, Madeline. If you just type in the chat, a person knows when they're ready to get married in their life because, in their life, they have this, they've done that, they're in this place. Like, what are the things happening in a person's life that lets them know, okay, now I'm ready now? What I saw in your person's chart, Madeline, was that, there was a real kind of like needing to get to the right place on the chessboard, if you will. Get to the right location in their life. If your person wasn't in the right location to be in a place for either rich, complex connection, to be in a place of, unpacking triggers, dealing with wounds, if your person isn't in a place where they can deal with the ego death that we were talking about earlier. If those things aren't happening, then it would be really difficult to sustain a connection like a twin soul connection for that person. And so the ladies in the chat put some great examples. You did some too, Madeline, right? Like financially stable, achieved wealth, acquired status, right? If those things have not happened, but you try to get married anyway, let's just say you're not financially stable, you've not reached certain of your dreams, but then you decide you're going to get married. And getting married wasn't one of your dreams. It was just something you thought would happen at some point. But you're not financially stable. You've achieved no status. You've acquired no wealth, but you decide to get married anyway. Like Elvin says, self-awareness. Let's say you don't have any self-awareness and you decide to get married anyway. What do you think happens inside that marriage? If you guys could type that in the chat, that would be great. What happens inside a marriage when a person has not completed these things? What I'm seeing in your person's chart was them doing all the getting ready pieces. And it's not even necessarily about getting married. It's just about getting ready to be in a place in their life where they're able to build anything, a dream, a connection, a business, quality friendships from a solid and stable sense of self. Yeah, Kelly, it's toxic as fuck when those things haven't occurred. It's exactly right. And so, Madeline, you're wondering, you start to blame the other person. There's so much projection. You're wondering, like, where do I fit in? And I think the point of what I'm trying to tell you about what I saw in your person's chart, and this is for everyone, hopefully this is useful for more than just Madeline, is that especially when these outer transits are happening, this is life, the universe, their soul trying to escort them to a place where something non-toxic is actually possible. Okay. And so I know you want to be connected, probably more than you already are. And simultaneously, let life work on it for you. Let him move through the process. Okay. In terms of where you fit in, no one fits in at this moment in time because he's only half a self. He doesn't have the things that Elvin's written here. With a transit like this, he's going to get more of them. He's going to start believing that he's enough for another person. He'll get the opportunity to feel happy and satisfied alone first. He's going to start to recognize, kind of the things like who he really is and what he really needs. That's what Saturn speaking to the sun does. It brings us home to our true self, and it gets anything that would compete with that, undermine that, or ask us to be less of that out of the way. Okay. And so when these outer planet transits happen, it's useful for us to understand what they are insofar as we have the opportunity to be at peace with how the journey is unfolding. To recognize, we're not doing anything wrong. We didn't miss anything. There's nothing we need to heal or fix in order to be close. It's just a matter of letting growth take its natural course. Okay? So for your 3-card pull, Madeline, we have the Star, we have the 2 of Swords upright, and then we have the 8 of Wands. What I like about this is both Swords and then the 8 of Wands indicate some level of communication. But with the Star and the blindfold going on the 2 of Swords card, a lot of this for your person is communication from himself to himself, where he is going to start to recognize and realize how much enough he actually is, and start to get to clarity about what it is he needs to do, how it is he needs to think to get out of the 2 of Swords kind of like, I don't know, anything can happen position. There's something about, he was born in 1990. He just had a major milestone birthday in 2020. This is a turning point for him where he needs to make some decisions about where his life is going to go and build that solid foundation. But no foundation externally can be built until the foundation internally can be built. And that is what 2021 is going to bring for your person. Internal foundation. And chances are, if you guys are divine counterparts or twins, you've got something similar going on in your own chart, Madeline, for your own timing that actually puts the 2 of you on parallel tracks. And if you do your work, he does his work, at some point the roads will open up for a convergence, but we have to be willing to keep our eyes on our own test and get our side of the work done so that when the convergence happens, we are not, stuck back in the habits of and patterns and thought processes of 3 years ago. Because if we try to bring those behaviors to a new them, we're going to get in a circumstance where we repeat a cycle and the whole thing breaks down again. And this time it's going to be because of us. Okay. It sounds relaxing for me. I can just chill. Yes, Madeline. Yeah. And when you're ready, we can look at your chart and see what your work is. While he's going through all of this, we can see what's unfolding for you. You have the Jupiter thing about abundance and loads of career stuff happening. Very good. Getting financially ready and getting status. Good for you, sweetheart. All right, Vivien, it's all you, baby cakes. Then Elvin, then Casa Rustica, then Haute Glitterati. And that's our list. All right. That's exactly right, Elvin. That's exactly right. Yay. All right, VW, let's plug it in. Thank you for pasting. Um, Hong Kong. Are you becoming a twin flame coach, Elvin? I see twin flame coaching in your future. Being a divine feminine life coach. I see it in your future, Elvin. 10, 3, 10, 30 a.m. Okay, let's get this chart out. Let's share the screen. Yeah, the hardest part of this journey is knowing that you're not doing it wrong and accepting that there's no amount of healing vegetables that you can eat to earn your union dessert. It just doesn't work that way. That's the hardest, one of the hardest things for people to accept as part of that ego death and that third eye activation is recognizing you can't control this. You didn't control it when they came in. You're not going to control where it goes once they've arrived. Surrendering is one of the hardest lessons. It really is the death of the human masculine ego form in order to get into that state. Okay. So it's funny because now that I think about it, it makes sense that we would go through that last, that they would go through it first to me. Okay. I want to know, when will I finally have a serious relationship or meet my potential life partner? We can look at potentials for that, Vivien. I never had a serious relationship with anyone. I only have fleeing situationships in my life. I really want true love. I'm tired of these flings and situationships. I never feel emotionally connected with anyone beside my twin, and no one sets my heart like my twin does. I understand. Vivien, what year did you meet your twin? If you don't mind sharing what year that was. Um, okay, so there's a few things going on in your natal chart that are making this hard for you on their own. Forget about the transits, and the transits are bringing their own levels of not helpfulness. Thanks, transits. Okay, so not a Neptune issue. And may have had a set, okay, 2018, we may have had a Saturn issue, but that is closing out at the end of next year, which puts next year, actually. But here's the thing. When Jupiter gets into Aries, that's when this is going to be really possible for you. Really plausible, very plausible when Jupiter hits Aries, because you'll have a sextile to the seventh house cusp line. And then you will also have, I mean, it looks a little more complicated than that. The thing that's been challenging for you, and you are entering in a new season of your life. The thing that's been challenging for you, let me give your bring up your birth chart. You see how you have like all this planetary energy over here on one side of your chart, like that, Vivien? When you have all of your energy, especially your personal planets, sun, moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, all clustered in one kind of segment of the chart, when you have a slow transit, like a Saturn transit to these planets, it hits them all back to back to back to back to back. And Saturn takes 2.5 years per sign per house. And so, with Saturn having back in the day in your 20s hit your sun, then your Mercury, then your Venus, then your North Node, then your Mars, then your horizon line, then your divine counterparts, Jupiter and Juno, and then your moon. In that order, over the last decade, it would have been really hard to get into a relationship, like really hard. And I think for you, you guys met in 2018. Saturn still would have been transiting your moon. Saturn transit moon is a very difficult period of time for a relationship to land, but Saturn has now done with the sign after your moon. At this point, Saturn's about to wrap up in Aquarius, the sign after your moon next year. And as soon as you hit your Saturn return, babe, I'm seeing all kinds of possibilities for you. Like the drought decade is over. Over. It is over, honey. And I am really excited about this for you because the drought decade comes to a close. And as it comes to a close, some really good things happen for you. Saturn gets out here into the rest of Aquarius. It keeps you focused on looking for something real and serious as it trines your Venus and your Mercury. But then, as soon as Saturn gets into Pisces, it is done with your moon and the good times can begin. Jupiter is going to be out here in Aries by that point of time. That fifth house of flirtation and romance, that sixth house, it's going to hit right after that, which is where somebody can become a part of your day to day life. And then that seventh house is where relationships become stabilized and real. Yeah, finally, right? Right, VW? I am so happy I met you at the segment of the journey that you're on because I'm telling you, if you just hang in there, it's almost over. It's almost over. And what this last little stretch of the journey is trying to teach you, VW, go ahead and get your question ready, Elvin. With this last little segment of the journey, you're not going to die alone, sweetness. I promise you that. This last little segment of the journey is teaching you boundaries. It is trying to teach you what you need to say to have good boundaries that also let people in, that allow you clear communication. That's Saturn trine Mercury about love. That is Saturn going to trine Venus, not yet, but soon, so that you can have the kind and the quality of connection that you want with someone. Okay. So hang in there. You're coming to the end of this. Boundaries is the last major lesson, and communication about your hopes, wishes, and dreams with people. And as soon as this Jupiter gets into Pisces and then from Pisces into Aries and Taurus, you're going to see a major shift in your prospects. You just need to be prepared to get out there, meet people, and date. Okay. So that's what I got for you, Vivien. Thank you for letting me read for you. All right, Lady Elvin, it is your turn. And then after Elvin, we have Casa Rustica and Haute Glitterati. And that's it. I don't know if anyone new has jumped in the live stream, but if there's anyone new who'd like me to look at something, just let me know. Is that okay? Malmo, any planetary delays for communication? Ah, interesting, Alvin. Is that also means that I may be able to communicate with my twin during that period of time, or someone may be coming forward? I would say the latter. Someone may come forward, VW. But I would say what's most important is that you're actually ready to communicate, that you have gotten the lessons of the boundaries piece so that you're able to talk openly, clearly, and congruently about your feelings. And that's some of what the Saturn transit your moon is doing, is it's really forcing you to get into a place of honoring your feelings so that you can communicate about your feelings without knowing what they are for yourself, without knowing the difference between, despondency and sadness, grief and anger. Without knowing the distinctions in those things, it's very difficult for you to give those things to someone else. And a big part of this at this juncture is learning how to be in integrity with your own feelings. And so somebody else could come forward, but you may actually need to step out and meet other people. Counterpart could come in. I don't know what their chart looks like. So you're going to need to book a private reading if you want me to look at those. But it's difficult for me to say without seeing all the things in the picture and hearing the whole context of your life. Typically, the person who shut the door is the one who has to open it. And that was a hard lesson I remember learning with my counterpart a while ago when, he was behaving in some really not very nice, not very kind or very loving ways. And I wrote him an email and I told him I didn't deserve to be treated like that. And I had choice of how to end the email. And one of the things that I was thinking to write was, whatever the issue is, I wish you felt free to tell me, because I'd rather be by your side as you walk through it than placed to the side, right? But no, I was listening to one of my muggle girlfriends, and she was like, you need to just end it. You need to just let it go. Cut him off. It's been too long, right? She was in that space, and I was in my feelings, so I didn't know what to do. So I took her counsel. After she read the note, she was like, yeah, you just need to say, don't ever contact me again, and shut the door and move on. So I did. And the minute I said it, I knew it's not how I felt. It was inauthentic. It wasn't true to me. And it wasn't true to the connection. So, all of that to say, we were able to get back into communication. But when we did, what he reflected back to me, he was like, you legitimately said, do not contact you again. Do you know what happens to men when they keep contacting a person after that person has said to stop contacting them and put it in writing? I was like, oh, I guess I forgot about that part. So, yeah, they get like labeled stalkers. They get the police called on them. They run into problems with the law. He didn't want to be that guy. He's not that guy. So that's why my rule is whoever shut the door is the person who also has to open it. Even though the things I said to him were well warranted and he knew it. He was like, you were right about these things that you shared. I agree with a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them. But yeah, it was me who had to open it. It was good. It was a good lesson for me about treating the connection, my communication and the connection with authenticity, and not involving muggles in which matters. Do not bring muggles into magical matters. They don't get it. So it was a very good lesson for me. Okay. I'm glad, Hope Glitterati. I'm glad that it helped you. Okay, Elvin's, I got the chart. Let's get it. Later he shut it. We'll see how that goes now. Exactly. Okay. VW says, learn the hard way. Another thing I learned is not all glitters are gold. That's true. Any planetary delays for communication. Helps me to understand what's going on with my twin flame journey. Thank you so much. You're welcome, VW. It's my pleasure. Okay, delays in communication. Skis. Let me set the timer. After Elvin, then we have Casa Rustica, then Haute Glitterati, then Nancy G. Well, no. Just from a timing perspective, I'm going to be really honest. Like, he doesn't. Yeah, VW, it's going to serve you to learn the art of a good apology, like a really thorough apology. Elvin, I don't want to promise you something that I just don't see here. Like, I don't see the pull being strong enough where, since he shut the door, I don't see the pull being strong enough for him to reopen it anytime soon. I'm going to be very honest about that. If things were fully in a really high vibrational alignment in January of 2021, so a year ago at this time, if things were really high vibrationally aligned at that point in time, no, even then, no, because Saturn was sitting on top of his Juno and he had some work to do on his own feminine energy and his own growth around love and connection and surrender. So even then, no. To me, the next time I really see him being in a positive, self-expressed, open place is the second half of next year. That's when I see him feeling really good about who he is, really open about kind of like where his life is going. I see a lot of positive vibes around him, work and money wise. I'm seeing by the second half of next year, and that's the Jupiter transit through the second house, the second sign from the sun into Aries in June, July. It goes on until the end of next year. With that placement, I see a lot more potential in the second half of next year. Yeah. And to me, I'll be honest, May, June, July, it looks like the highest potential. Let's see what else Saturn is doing. Nothing. Chiron, nothing. Pluto, nothing. Uranus, nothing. Okay, yeah. Neptune, no. No. Okay. So I don't see the outer planet interference. I see him moving into a season of real growth after a season of real constriction. Like, I see work these last 5 years has been a beast. It's been hard, like a lot of tough lessons in work and in the world of what he's trying to achieve and accomplish here on earth. But I'm going to be honest with you. The other thing about him that's very notable is most of his growth in relationships comes when he's alone, with Venus conjunct Neptune in his natal chart. You know, I think you've probably heard Marie say this. Women realize love when they're together with the person. Men realize love when that person is gone, when there's absence, space, distance, and silence. And he is kind of like the epitome of that, with the Neptune Venus conjunction in his chart and the Scorpio Pluto moon. Scorpio moon Pluto conjunction. He's the epitome of I can't hear myself think with your energy talking in my space. Um, and so he's going to move into a season where things get better in his business. May, June, and July, he may be more open to connecting. I would allow this, give this some more time. Give this some more time. I don't see any new complications coming in next year either. I just see he finally has the boot of the universe off his neck. Um, and that's going to be a huge relief for him. It'll also be a relief for you, and the energy you're going to not feel as like heavy. Because I know I've gotten your emails and gotten your updates. I know there's just been a heaviness there. So thankfully, you'll hear from him less. Even in your the fifth dimension, you'll hear a lot less. But that's your sign that things are actually finally starting to move. Please paste your cue. That's your sign that things aren't as bad anymore. He's not as leaning on your energy anymore. He's finally leaning into his own power, being sourced by his own power. That's what will happen there. So you may hear from him a bit less, but that's actually going to be a good thing. And then trust that, I'm sure you've apologized, Elvin. And then on top of that, let him know your door was open. There's not a whole lot more you can do other than that. Okay. Just let him, work it. Good, Elvin. I mean, that's the right sign. That's the right sign. You're hearing less because he's actually getting stronger in the third dimension, which is directionally where you want this to go. You want him stronger in the third dimension, whether he's your friend, not your friend, something else, more than friends, your lover, who knows what this will turn into. But nothing can happen until he's filled in more of his own energy space. He's able to just be present with the connection and with you. Thanks, Paula. Let me pull up a chart for you. Peru, Lima, 3/21, 1989. 9 p.m. Amazing. Okay. I know creativity is good next year, but will recognition or attention be possible? Yes, for my creative photography efforts next year. Yes. Yeah, Olivia, you can go for it. I'm doing Paula now. Oh, shoot, you did. I'm going to do Elvin's 3-card pull. Then I'm going to do Paula. Hope, Glitterati, Nancy G, and then it's your turn, Olivia. So go ahead and make your payment. The payment information is in the pinned comment above. Welcome, Olivia. Okay, 3-card pull, delays in communication. What do we want Elvin to know? Listen, I don't have Marie's skills, so you're not going to get love letter from your person or a mind reading. I wish I did. You're going to get compared to Marie, I'm such a basic bitch with tarot, Elvin. But I'm going to do my best for you. And just see what is there that the connection wants you to know about communication between you and him. What's the connection want Elvin to know about communication? Okay, there we go. Clarifiers 2 and 3. Ooh la la. Well, so the first card out came with its own clarifier, and that was the 2 of Cups upright and the Empress reversed. Then the second one is 2 of Pentacles reversed, and the final one is Death reversed. So as I'm looking at this, especially with the Empress in reverse, clarifying the 2 of Cups, this is just letting me know that there's just so much of this connection that's kind of been held in escrow. There's so much of this connection that's happening energetically, but not being yet fully expressed in the third dimension. But when I see Two of Pentacles reversed and Death reversed, I'm seeing that there is a decision getting made in the third dimension. It's not communicated yet. It's actually getting made in the energy between the two of you to have some sort of like whatever the hesitation was. Hesitation is Two of Pentacles upright, but it's now reversed. And whatever the ending was, that's Death upright, but it's now reversed. The hesitation that led to the ending, that's coming to completion. So that this Two of Cups can be expressed in the first dimension or the third dimension. Yeah, bottom of the deck, the Magician upright. So if I were you looking at this, my only concern with the Empress reversed, even though that's a clarifier for the Two of Cups upright, is that there may have been so much energy on the connection itself that there may be certain things in your own life that this connection needs for you to grow in order for the connection to be reestablished. Now, I don't know what those things would be, but I'm using the deck, the really pretty one that everyone uses, the Light Seers Tarot. The Empress on this card has, the pregnant belly with the world, right? The globe painted on her belly. And so as I'm reading this, what I'm picking up is that in the third dimension, there's just something the divine feminine really needs to be able to foster in the third dimension. And as that gets fostered, as that gets grown, as in your feminine energy and in his feminine energy, that thing comes to fruition. This Two of Cups comes out of the energy and it lands in the third dimension. But the decision for things to already start coming forward more, the delay, the death, that segment of the journey, that's done. This is moving towards some level of manifestation in the third dimension, but it is going to require your feminine energy and his feminine energy, because the Magician at the bottom of the deck is upright. It's the Empress that's reversed. And as you know, Magician and High Priestess go together, Empress and Emperor go together. The divine masculine energy is established for you and for him. What needs to now be established is the Empress energy for you and for him. That soft, feminine energy of growth, allowing, incubation. Like, this just needs time. Human births take 9 months, right? And so this just needs time to come into its fullness, right? And so for this to come forward in the third dimension, it is like giving birth. There isn't anything else to do. You just need to keep feeding the baby so that the baby can grow. And then the baby can be born at the time the baby's ready to be born. Okay. But, other than that, like, you can trust like that natural process of giving birth and being pregnant, that you can trust the pause that's going on here, because it is a very pregnant pause between the two of you. It's a very potentiated state based on everything you've told me. Oh, yes, the vent. Crystal, I was talking about you earlier. I was like, where's Crystal when you need her? You got some damn nerve. It's so good to see you, Crystal. Hi. Don't miss your sleep, because I know you got work, so don't miss your sleep, girl. But yeah, there's this potentiated, heightened energy between the two of you going on. And so you want to give yourself permission and space to just like let the body do what it's going to do and work the things you know you need to work in the third dimension for the stability pieces to be there, so that this can land, right? Okay, you're going to have a healthy birth. Okay. Creativity is good next year, but will recognition or attention? I said the answer was yes. Thank you for being such a great moderator, Elvin, and capturing all of the links, um, for us. I really, really, really appreciate that. You woke up prematurely. That's so funny. I know the vent has arrived to make us all feel like our lives have meaning and value. To remind us what we live for, the comedy, the divine comedy of life. This is how I know, Paula. Leo midheaven. The midheaven and the 10th house, this is where we get our fame. This is where we get our attention. This is where we get the visibility and the spotlight. And what you have coming for your Leo midheaven is a transit through Pisces next year, which is the beginning of your house of creativity, and then into Aries next year, which is the second half of that house of creativity. And with that Aries Sun Venus conjunction, Jupiter coming to sit with the two and coming to sit with Virgo and Pisces, or the Pisces, Mercury, and Mercury being the ruler of the second half of your house of fame and honors and the first half of your house of wish fulfillment. This is going to, yeah, it's going to bring visibility, a lot of visibility. You're gonna need to, if you haven't moved, move, like get stable in the third dimension. I see some issues here with a house. Get stable in the third dimension so that as the attention is ready to arrive, you are prepared. Paula, that's going to be the issue here, is being underprepared. I don't see, or being like unstable at home, like not knowing where you're going to live, being a bit back and forth between or in between places, not having a proper place dedicated, like a work from home place to work your creations, to create your creations, not having a proper place on the internet for people to buy, a place for you to wrap and mail what you're actually selling. Like you need to get stable in the third dimension as quickly as possible, Paula, because I do see that being a massive issue for you here. That's the only hindrance that I'm seeing for you in this really starting to take off. Next year, it is supposed to take off majorly. Second half of next year, absolutely. First half, you're going to start to feel like things are picking up. You're going to feel momentum. Okay. I also see some new friends and people coming in, some co-creative partners who are going to support you in creating and co-creating. I see some supportive people showing up to, assist you with getting things going, getting momentum. And again, if you're kind of, like in between places, not sure where you're going to live, you can't produce consistent work, you're going to find it's a lot harder for you to get this year off the ground in the way that you want. So the faster you can get settled in terms of work-live space, the better, because I do see a lot of visibility coming for you. Why would it come? What is she doing? Oh, I see this is going to come by your own hand. As we move through this Venus retrograde between now and February, it's going to come by your own hand. But what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to reach out to venues, mailing lists, and kind of like publications for you specifically that can share your work with a much wider audience. Now, I'm going to tell you, because you're going to do this during Venus retrograde, which is November 19th to January 29th, because you're going to do this during that period of time, you're going to hear a lot of call me back in the spring, call me back in April, call me back in May, talk to me at the end of March, Paula, I need you to make a note of every single person who's like, come back to me. They're going to say, come back to me, but the coming back to me is actually a really good thing. Because as soon as we're done with this Venus retrograde by the end of February, Jupiter's already in position, super close to this Venus, super close to this Sun. And then you're going to go ahead and submit. And then boom, they'll publish. And then boom, the visibility hits exactly at the point Jupiter gets into Aries to sit with your Sun. It's a bit like a domino effect. It does come by efforts from your own hand. It's a lot of hustling on your part during this Venus retrograde season on your marketing axis. 3 and 9 is all about putting yourself out there. So mailing lists, publications, old professors, other galleries, like it is going to be so important that during this Venus retrograde, like you make phone calls, you send cards, you call people to see what they thought of the card that you sent, that you're out here standing for yourself as a marketing artist, who not only knows how to just produce work, but who also knows how to get her own visibility. Because if you do nothing, the one thing I do see, Paula, is that this transit will come and go and very minimal will happen. You need to actually be your own marketer, your own PR person for this to work. Okay. Hope Glitterati, it's your turn again. Good night, Elvin. It was lovely to see you again. Thank you for being here. I know her chart does sound lit, right, the vet? It totally sounds lit. It's going to be a great year for Paula in terms of getting her work out there. But she just has to be willing to, you just have to be willing to like, you got to market your own content, hun. All right. I hope Glitterati, then Nancy G. And then Olivia. I have Olivia. Okay. You're welcome, Paula. Good luck. Okay, thanks for remembering to put your birth data there for me, Hope Glitterati. I really appreciate it. Texas. Because I do delete y'all's charts. I can't keep saving charts anymore. I tried. It wasn't working for me. My computer was like, I'm full. Don't save nothing else. I don't have no room. 11:58 a.m. All right, let's have it. What's happening with lining up at the timing of my abundance? I think I may have been squelching it with focusing so much on twin love. Yeah, girl. Yeah, that happens. It happens to all of us. Don't be mad at yourself, though. It happens. I was coming up with your abundance in the next year. And if anybody wants a reading, I mean, you can find one. Let me just go ahead and just kmoonastro.com. That's where you get the readings from. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah. And the link is in the comment section below the video. Okay, let's go back to Hope Glitterati's chart. What's coming up with abundance next year? And then Nancy G, if you can get your question ready. I know you did the event. I cannot wait to kiki with you. I can't wait to help you out. Get your questions ready. Okay. Dang, girl. Okay. So I have really good news, but it's good news that comes with a caveat. Okay. You have Then I see two things about you, with your sun being flanked by both Venus and Mars in your 10th house as an Aries, and Moon in the 11th as a Taurus. Yeah, and Moon being the ruler of your horizon. You have some straight up kind of very basic like fame energy in your natal chart, meant to be visible, meant to be in the spotlight, meant to be influencing a lot of people, meant to be well known in this lifetime for whatever it is you choose to do. I see a lot of entrepreneurship energy here. But whatever you lay your hand to, it's meant to come to high visibility in this lifetime. And you are about to move into a once in 12-year opportunity for that visibility to come forward for you. The last time you had this energy was 11 years ago. Okay. Now, because this is going to happen for you in the second half of next year, you're really going to need to trust that if counterpart's just not around, there's a reason for it. You don't need the distraction, and they have other work to do. And the reason I can say this with confidence is because of the transit of Saturn through your 7th house of committed partnership. Saturn tends to create a lot of separation, a lot of delay. If things aren't fully in alignment and in integrity, nothing happens in the house of committed partnership with Saturn there. And you've had that for 2.5 years. The separation was meant. It was on schedule. Okay. And so what you're being asked to do is to trust it. Trust this. Trust that if you can just stay focused long enough on the career pieces, at the right time in the road up ahead, an intersection will arrive and the connection pieces will come back round. They will come forward. I promise you. But I see the distraction here. I see this Venus retrograde here in your 7th house, dragging your attention into love and trying to clear your love blocks. I see Chiron sitting here on your midheaven, making you think you're not enough anyway. Who's paying attention to me? Why do I matter? Woe is me. Bringing out your tiny violin. And then I'm also seeing Pluto, doing a number as it creeps closer and closer to your moon, giving you this massive emotional reconstruction in terms of the way you see the world and feel about yourself and your self-esteem. And so I'm just seeing the potential for continuing to be distracted. I'm seeing the potential for allowing yourself to continue in that vein. And it's real. Look, I get it. Energetically, when you get that activation and that initiation as a divine counterpart, honestly, until you're really doing your soul work, like you kind of rendered useless for anything else. Like I remember, like universe literally took me offline and sat me down and was like, nope, you're not doing any of this stuff today. The only thing you're going to be able to do is read charts. How about that? It was the only time I wasn't a complete basket case. As the activation really had its way with my transformation. You're a little bit past that. You've done a lot of work. I'm seeing the work you've done. And you're in a place now where it's time to come back online, Glitterati. It's time to come back to yourself and come back to your life, and reshape the other areas of your life based on what you've learned as a twin soul, but not around your twin. You get the distinction? You've learned a lot about love, so shape a life that's love-led, but don't build your life waiting on someone to show up. Okay? And this transit, like I said, it's once in 11 years, girl. Once in every 12 years. And you got 6 months, second half of next year, to really make something special and extraordinary happen. It's like it's like getting to a place. I'm pulling your 3-card pull now, Hope Glitterati. Unless you just tell me you want the Lightworker Oracle deck, I'm doing your 3-card pull now. This is the kind of thing where, because you just don't have this very often, like once in a while, like a sailor, as you know, he's sailing, will get the wind at his, and it'll have him go double time, triple time. Okay. And because it'll help you go double time, triple time, you're going to have the opportunity to achieve more in these 6 months than you've probably achieved in the last 3 years combined. But it's going to be really important for you to not get stuck, to not park in your pain, to not keep dragging it out and revisiting it, but instead letting it show you what you've learned. Okay, your spread, yeah, I mean, I'm really seeing it here. I'm seeing one final step for you. That's really, really important. That I know it's going to be hard, but I also know that the Sun in Aries, Mars, Venus conjunct, like anybody can pull through it. It's you, girl. So here's the deal. Okay. So I have the 3 cards out. I've got the 2 of Wands upright, 2 of Wands reversed, 7 of Pentacles reversed, and the 8 of Cups reversed. All 3 came out reversed. Had all 3 of these been upright, this would have told me a very distinct story about waiting around for something good to happen, and then finally getting to the point where you can't wait anymore for the 9th and the 10th cup to come. You recognized you need to go find it. You need to go create it. Now, because all 3 of these are reversed, there is a recognition, 7 of Pentacles. You got like the 2 major waiting cards of 2 suits. 7 of Pentacles, well, let me wait and see before I figure out what to do next with my harvest. 2 of Wands, well, let me wait and see, are my ships coming in or not? Because both waiting cards are reversed. This is telling me that, you know, it's time, it's been time, it's more than time. You've already learned what you could learn by being in the stases, by being in the, you know, the be still and let me look at this. Let me just get quiet and still. Now, the 8 of Cups is also in reverse. And at the bottom of the deck, we have that very painful 3 of Swords, heartbreak card. But what I'm seeing here is with the 8 of Cups in reverse, while the waiting cards are also in reverse, it looks like you're going to do everything you can to just move forward while also keeping your heart open. And that's what's actually going to facilitate the ego death. That's your next stage of growth. How do I build a life around what love has taught me without the love, that the person that I focus that love on being present? How do I move, relocate, build my business, you know, have these successes, get that visibility, create this and that thing? How do I achieve all these things knowing that the person I most want to share these things with is not here? And so you're going to go through the lesson next of learning how to be a full self. You're going to fill in the parts of you that, or him, her, that are missing with your own self-love. You're going to be your own witness. You're going to be your own, you're going to keep your heart open by honoring that it's really a sad moment that they can't toast to your success, but simultaneously not blocking that success any longer. not holding it back any longer. And I can see that Three of Swords is telling me, and this Eight of Cups reverse is telling me it's not going to be easy. This is going to be hard for you to not stay where they left you. But I'm also seeing here with these waiting cards in reverse, you're not supposed to stay where they left you any longer. You're meant to move forward. You have to. And so in those moments when you have that sadness, where you've doubled your revenue or you've doubled your visibility in some way, or you've got some major PR, publicity, whatever it is, what you're going to need to do is when that sadness hits, before you go out, you celebrate with your girlfriends. What you're going to do is you're going to need to pour 2 glasses of champagne, one for you and one for your person, and just say a private and a special thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. I've learned so much from our love. I deeply appreciate everything that this connection has taught me. And I know this connection is etheric and eternal. And I am going to honor it, even if you're not here. Thank you for being a part of my life thus far. And I'm open to seeing what happens next. Cheers to me on my special day. Okay? It confirms what you've been living. Good. You've been in F this mode. I told him I couldn't do the halfway thing. Okay. Whatever is real for you, hun. Like, it's not for me to dictate your journey for you. Nancy G, it's your turn. And then Olivia. So if Nancy and then Olivia can paste your questions, that would be it. But yeah, you're welcome, Hope Glitterati. You didn't wake up to cry, okay? I know, but the reality is, you at some point you cannot stay where they left you. And that you can keep your heart open, but you cannot stay in that place. Your life has to move forward. And that's the way that you can do that without, just honor it, before you go celebrate with them girlfriends and all of that. You'll have your moment to honor how transformational the connection has been for you, how much it's transformed you. Like, because it's not over. That's that Eight of Cup reverse. It's not over. The connection isn't done, but you can no longer wait there. You can no longer put your life on a place of hold to make it happen. Because now when they show up on the place on the road in front of you where the reconnection is scheduled for at the destination and the time, your ass is 30 miles behind where you're supposed to be because you waited for too long. Don't put yourself in that position. Okay. And so you'll find your way to move forward while honoring what the connection has brought to your life. All right, Hope Glitterati. Good luck with that, baby cakes. And good luck with this super successful next year. Like, it does look amazing, but you're going to have to pick yourself up. You cannot cry on the floor during your workday anymore. And those are personal notes for me. I'm saying that for a friend. Nancy, let's go. Nancy wants to know, what's she talking about? Been on my twin journey for 5 years. Lots of self-healing has taken place. I want to know if abundance is coming about in 2022. You're starting a Reiki course. Woohoo! Go Reiki. Love it. Okay. Don't forget us little people. When you rich and famous, Hope Glitterati. Don't forget us little people. All right. Abundance. Yes. You're starting the Reiki course. This is awesome. I love seeing this. I love to see the opportunity bringer hit your house of creativity in the first part of next year, while simultaneously hitting your house of education and um, career, fame, and honors, and simultaneously hitting your earned income house all at the same time. I love this. This is amazing. I love seeing this because this lets me know that the opportunity, like you have a lot of wind at your back and in your sails, where you have like instead of like swimming upstream, you're going to be floating downstream. Like everything's just going to have a way of falling into place in the way that it needs to, Nance. And so this energy here is telling me that you'll do the course, but then immediately following the course, it's like you're just working, 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 working. And so whatever you need to do, which Reiki are you doing? Because in the tradition I'm from, you're not supposed to practice on people until Reiki 2, but you just said you're starting Reiki course. You didn't say which one. Okay, so we may be from different traditions, but it just looks like the minute you start to get the tools, you start to work it and work it and work it and work it. And the more you're working it and talking about it, it looks like you're doing a lot of talking about this, especially as Jupiter hits that Sun, Mercury. Mercury is communication conjunction. The more you're talking about it, the more people are like, oh, I'd like to try. Oh, I'd like to try. Oh, when are you free? Oh, when can we do this? All like there's like a lot of that like through the network that starts to come online, but it comes online as a result of you starting to share with people on a regular basis and communicate with people on a regular basis about the course. So you might keep like a short list of like 15 to 20 of your closest friends, 30 to 60 if you've got them. I am nowhere near that social. I hate people. No, just kidding. I don't hate people. But you might keep a short list and then just week to week, just share, hey, here's what I learned. Here's how it felt. I can't wait to share this with you. If you're open to hearing more about my Reiki journey, I would set up a Facebook page or something for people to find you and book with you as soon as possible. Start sharing through social, start sharing with that list. And then the minute you're able to start practicing on people, start practicing on people as quickly as possible. Reiki 1. Okay, got it. Again, I don't know what tradition you're from. They may let you practice on other people, but my tradition was like not until you've done Reiki 2 at least. And so this whole thing here is telling me that as long as you're opening your mouth, as long as you're communicating, and frankly, it needs to be the kind of thing where you just don't shut up about it. Like everyone in your world needs to know you doing Reiki, girl. And as long as you're being very public about this, it looks like visibility and money start to come from the healing practice. You can also, because you've got the Cancerian midheaven, I want you to really think about focused Reiki practices with people around specific emotional challenges, fear of change, fear of death, fear, shame, guilt, grief, brokenheartedness. I'm trying to just pull emotions out for you. Courage, developing specific Reiki practices that will help people get into those vibrational states and balance themselves is going to, if you can start to share with people, that's going to be great. There's a channel on YouTube that you can, 2 channels you can check out that I really love that provide Reiki that are wonderful. One of them is Blended Insight. I listen to her stuff all the time when I need, and she's really good at that kind of like Reiki for this, Reiki for that, Reiki for this. Nance, and then the second one is I think it's guided white light, or white light Reiki it might be. So if you can take a look for both of those for examples of how to, get your stuff aligned, I think you're going to find Divine White Light Tarot. That's who it is. She's really good. If you can start to just kind of connect with those, you're going to find that you're in a really good place to understand how to market yourself a little bit. And like I said, just whatever you do, just do not shut up about the fact that you are taking Reiki training, because all of this looks like your money for Reiki comes word of mouth. All right. Let me just see who else is on the list. Just Olivia. Lady Olivia, you're my last one. And then I guess we'll stop unless somebody else decides to make a payment. Okay. Let me, Olivia, if you can go ahead and paste, that would be awesome. I'll share. So this is Divine White Light, and their videos are really good. Reiki to overcome agitation and restlessness, Reiki to overcome self-defeating thoughts, Reiki to improve expression and communication, all of that. There's so many different types. Reiki to clear brain fog, Reiki to break repetitive cycles, Reiki for the endocrine system. Like she goes in, and you see her videos are only like 10 minutes a piece, but she's like posting. She could post a lot more than she posts, but whatever. You see, she has 164 subscribers. Like she's like, people are hungry for this on YouTube. And the other one is Blended Insight, who's a little bit newer, posts a bit more often. Blended Insight is great. Where's Olivia? Okay, good. I got the birthday. I'll wait for Olivia's question to come through. Blended Insight is great. Blended Insight does like a weekly message, and then we'll do like some Reiki with it. And so bathe in divine healing. Again, these are nothing but like 10, 15, max 20-minute, Reiki sessions. And then she does like an inspirational message with it. So you can kind of check these out and see, what among these really helps you. Let's see, energy healing to mend heartbreak, energy healing to release abandonment, energy healing to release irritation, Reiki to release comparisons. So all of this stuff, right? Reiki to call back your energy, short 10-minute videos. Excuse me. But as long as you're prepared to just market the heck out of yourself, you're going to be surprised. Like you're going to have a lot of wind at your back next year. Okay. Let me get into Olivia's chart. Blended Insight and Divine White Light are their names. Okay. If there's anyone new who wants to play, there's still room. I'm still here. But, or anyone old who wants to ask a second question, you totally can. August, wait, okay. Sydney. Eight, 22, 1990. Wondering what's in my okay. No birth time, that's fine. Let me share the screen. All right. Olivia. Her question is, I'm wondering what's in my chart for love. I've had someone come in that seems amazing. It feels super easy. I'm not surprised. You are in a transit that would have made that very possible, which is nice. I certainly see the opening for someone to come in with Jupiter trine your descendant house cusp. Jupiter entering your seventh house right there. This would have made someone come in. And as Jupiter gets here to your vertex point, like you're going to find that whatever this is with that person gets way more serious. Your 4:30 p.m. Let's see. Last call. If anyone wants me to look at a chart for them, that is not what we are trying to do. Come back. Now is the time to make your payment because after Olivia, we are done. Unless somebody wants me to pull something up for them. Okay. Different transit altogether, but I'm still not surprised somebody came in. Clear. Okay, because you do have the Jupiter opposite sun, and this is Jupiter in the sign opposing your sun sign. So I'm not surprised that someone came in. I do, Kylie, and the vent. I have room for both of you. I have room for both of you, but don't either one of you send me a payment, please. Do not send me a payment. I need to go ahead and refund you for the last payment you made, the vent and Elvin too. Because for you guys who are kind of like keeping order in here and helping people and helping me, I don't like to charge you for your mini readings. So just give me a minute to do this and then I will read for both of you if you think of a question. Okay. But don't pay me. It's just kind of an energy exchange for us. Thank you for being good moderators. Olivia, I see someone has come in, but you said something about being a twin. What? Where is it? No. Okay. I've been on the twin flame experience the last 2.5 years. Okay, no problem. Let me just see. Is Pluto talking to your son? No. Get this annotation tool out of the way. Oh. Career change and a relo. But Neptune is talking to your moon. Okay. And your Mercury. It's interesting because with the placement of Neptune, even though somebody has come in, I can see because Neptune's going to make your mind and your emotions a little foggy. It's going to make you feel a little dissociated from them. In this oppositional placement, you may feel like this thing with this person either A, only goes so far, or you let it go very far only to wake up one day and be like, this isn't me. This isn't what I want. Don't send me nothing back. You're cute. You're very funny, Crystal. Okay, so and then I see this Saturn thing happening next year, which is going to force you into a place of being very serious about relationships as Saturn is opposing your natal Venus. Like you're in a commitment state of mind with this energy. I like that Neptune's not talking to Venus. That makes me happy. I mean, it really could be that you can kind of progress with this person. I'm just seeing the Neptune, Moon, Mercury thing. And you may have already thought this to yourself in your private and quiet time, especially because Chiron is trine your natal Venus. There's a couple of things that I don't like to see here. I see Neptune clouding up your thinking and your feelings and making it so it's difficult for you to know what you actually feel. And then I'm seeing Chiron speak to your Venus in a way that is just too loud for me at this time. And how causing you, especially with Venus conjunct the South Node, causing you to feel like, well, this might be my last chance if I don't do this. then I might be left alone because I'm not good enough for love. I only have messed up love situations. South Node Venus is a hard way to incarnate when it comes to love. I have South Node Venus. It's the kind of energy where just about every freaking love thing you get into feels karmic, destined, fated, heavy, weighted, lesson rich, and past life full. And so, because of that, there's really only like just the way you kind of watch on TV and in the outer world, people who just kind of go about getting into relationships and just hanging out with people. And it's like, wow, yeah, now we're getting married and now we're buying a house. Like, that's just not the life of a Venus South Node person. There's always some ish to work through when it comes to love. And this transit of Chiron speaking to that Venus and that South Node by a trine in Leo, it's just bringing up all your woundedness. It's like putting it all in your face. It's giving you all this heaviness, like, but if I don't, and it can make you feel a little desperate. If I don't do this, then nothing will come. This is the easiest thing. Maybe this is the best thing. And so you're going to need to really do some work on differentiating fear-based thinking from what you know about the truth of the universe and its abundance and its benevolence and its grace toward you. Okay. Jupiter. I don't know what your twin situation is, but I do see the plausibility of just as things are heating up with this person, your counterpart person could show up like they feel a disturbance in the force and be like, knock, knock, Olivia. I don't know what you thought, girl. Thought you were going somewhere with somebody else. But let me tell you something about this connection. And all the old feelings and all the old energy comes right back. So I do see that happening next year for you if you and your person are in separation. But if you know for a fact that this could potentially, if you don't know for a fact that this is definitively your twin, there could actually be a potential, especially that could be like a karmic or a false twin, and that what happens based on this transit is your actual twin shows up. That I'm seeing, and this person you're dealing with might actually be your actual twin. That's the crazy thing. If you don't know for a fact that this person is your twin. I didn't know for like 4 years that I was dealing with a twin. Like it took all kinds of breakups and makeups and separation and get together. It took all the things for me to get clear. And by that point, just enough things had happened for me to see the indestructibility of the connection. And the flexibility in its shape for me to just surrender, like, okay, got it. This motherfucker ain't going nowhere. So all of that to say, let this play out with both humans, the twin, with the person you're dating now. Let this play out and just see where things go. Don't try to force things in any one direction. Let things take their natural course. Because I do see either way, this Chiron speaking to your Venus is going to have you feeling mad and inadequate about love anyway. And, it's bringing the boots when it comes to the work you got to do. Like, you going to have work to do no matter what, in terms of believing in yourself, believing in love, believing in possibility, trusting that even if your path looks different from everyone else's, it's still a valid and valuable path in love to take in your lifetime. You got some healing work to do. And not giving into fear as well to do. So all of that to say, let this play out and just see where your heart takes you. Don't try to force whatever it is with Mr. Same birthday or the twin in any one particular direction. But instead, just let your heart really lead you, Olivia. And I think you're going to be surprised at what you find unfolds for you next year. Because I actually see certainly him, but potentially somebody else coming forward for you. Okay. So there is that, Olivia. I've been healing for years. I know. New level, new devil, Olivia. That's the way this works. Or new level, old devil, depending upon how you did the last level. All right, what you got? What you got? What you got? Who's here? Kylie? Was it Kylie? Yes, Kylie. Let me get your question since you've been here from the beginning. And then the vent, I'm going to hook you up. Let me get both of y'all. I thought, how is Toine so cool about all of this? Then I understand that's how others felt. You're welcome, Olivia. You're welcome. Very welcome. Okay, after we do Kylie, then I'm going to do the vent, and then we're going to wrap. I'm going to use the restroom again really quick while Kylie pastes her question. Last level was intense, so hopefully it does look like less to do, but you're really going to have to overcome limiting beliefs in love for this next level to work in your favor. Okay, be right back. Okay, where is Kylie, baby? I did say Magic Mike was coming. Okay. Okay. I want a ring and I feel it on the horizon. I did not say the W ring, but a symbolic something or other. If you could look into that for me, I would sincerely appreciate it. Okay, Kylie. Um thank you. Oh, thank you, girl. I was just gonna ask you about your birth details. Thank you, Kylie. I just need the location. Christine, I haven't seen you in a minute, girl. How has your 2021 been? I haven't seen you in a long time. Where were you born, Kylie? Remind me one more time, hon. I'm hoping you're well too, Christine. It's great to see you, hun. Love you too, sweetheart. I love all you guys. You guys are amazing. Waukegan, got it. Oh my gosh, now I have that song in my head, AC/DC in my head, Back in Black. Just for the record, as you can hear, I am neither back and I am not wearing black, just so you know. Okay. I'll be reaching out via email. I can't wait to read your update, Christine. Okay, Kylie's thinking commitments on the horizon. Let's see what's what. Um, I know Aries be out here doing readings, getting readings, whatever. Moon and Gemini. Well, Kylie. Well. Aren't you psychic? I just talked with a client and she asked if I had a husband. Could not make this up. Yeah. I see some interesting things here in the world of commitment for you. I don't know what your current status is with your boyfriend, but with Jupiter sitting here on your Juno and met it in June, July, backed up, and we'll meet it again in what's that? January. And then Saturn making a trine, not next year, but into the following, early 2023 to your moon. And then Jupiter getting into Pisces just before that and harmoniously aspecting your seventh house cusp. And then the rest of your seventh house as it moves into Aries and then sitting on top of your sun. These are all signs that classic astrological signs that a marriage would be imminent. That it would be the kind of thing where, yeah, a proposal, a marriage, a commitment, all of it imminent. But in terms of imminent, I can't promise you next month. It does not look like that. It looks like a window opens up that starts. It actually started in June, July, but it heats up in January and then it goes into 2023. And in 2023, that's when it looks like things start to really solidify for you in whatever relationship you're in. So you got a year in which all things are possible and can unfold. And that's exciting. Let me just see. You got your Saturn return coming. It's actually literally like right around the time of your Saturn return. That's when it looks like your status changes from, how do I put it? From like single to committed. I certainly see the plausibility in that. Or from not single, but from like dating to or committed, like in a relationship, like whatever it is now, it like goes to the next level in a major way come your Saturn return. And you're going to start to see, what are those called? Like mile markers on the way. You're going to start to see signs that things are moving in that direction. I would, since you've already made your desires known, and I wouldn't bring it up again. I think whoever your boyfriend is at this time heard you based on what I'm seeing here. And things were already moving in that direction in the first place, Kylie. And because things were already moving in that direction in the first place, anything else, like I see, the husband is on the way, like that energy is here. Anything else is kind of like trying to push it, and you don't need to because it's just already in unfoldment. You can just relax. There's no conflicting energy here. I'm not seeing, there's no other lesson to learn. I'm not seeing anything like that. There's no, changes that need to get worked out. I'm not seeing that. I mean, the only thing that I see is there's a relocation and a job change on the horizon for you, but we've talked about the job change piece. And the relocation could be you moving in with your person, but I'm not necessarily seeing that just yet. I'm just seeing that you probably need to be in another place, maybe a place where you can have your person over more, where there's more space, for their clothes, their toothbrush, a place for them to sit and work if you guys want to co-work in the house together, that kind of thing. So yeah, it does, for it to not happen in this energy, Kylie, it would have to be that you're just not dealing with the right person and they are not ready, and their chart is indicating they have other things to do, for it to not happen in this energy for you. The other thing I'm thinking too is that even if it does not happen with this person in the next 2 years, because I'm seeing it kind of being like a next 2 years kind of thing, even if it does not happen in the next 2 years, Kylie, so, because of the movement of Saturn through your first house, you can trust that something will happen to remove the person that's the wrong person, and the right person will step forward, and things will still be on track. It'll still be the same plan. It's just going to be on an accelerated clip while the transit is active. So, but because Saturn has been here all year and this person has not been removed from your world, I'm thinking they're the right person and this is the right time in their life as well. Otherwise, this would have fallen apart already, just based on Saturn being opposite your 7th house alone. This wouldn't have been able to stay together. So I validate your intuition, Miss Kylie. I validate. There is Jessica. The information is pinned above. So you're welcome to make a payment, and then I'll read you after I read the vent. All right, the vent, it's all you, baby girl. You can scroll up also, Jessica, and see how other people ask their questions, because it is a one question kind of, one question per payment. That's how this works. Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Hope Glitterati. It's a 2 thing. Yeah. And so, Kylie, it's probably going to be best for you to book a relationship reading rather than just a personal reading, so we can look at somebody else's, your other person's stuff. All right. All right. All right. Here we go. What time are you supposed to be at work, Devin? I don't want to hold you up. You need to go back to sleep. 1991, 11:55 a.m. I'm not dating. My twin is just hanging out in the atmosphere, being dismissive, avoidant, but we're cool. Girl, let me tell you something. Didn't this man lose his mama last year? Didn't he just lose his mama? You never told me the death got confirmed, but I remember she was like in like stage 3, stage 4 of cancer. Girl, you cannot be having all these expectations with him out here dealing with a major process like that. But let's see what's what. Okay. Anything going on with my love life in general? Okay. You got to be there at midnight and you're holding yourself up. Okay, you got to get off my live stream. I'm kicking you out after this. You can't be here anymore. I am not going to be the reason you're falling asleep at work and risking your job. All right. Love life. Love life. Let's see. Oh, his mom made it, the vent. That's awesome. That is awesome. I know. The mamas tend to. They see a divine feminine and they're like, you are the right one for my son. I think it's a funny joke. Because they be putting on pressure that we don't even know about. Okay. We'll come to you next. I'm going to read for the vent, Jessica. I saw a payment come through, so we'll come to you next, sweetie. All right. So I'm really glad to hear his mom made it, first of all. That's awesome. I am so grateful. That probably really scared him a lot. It would scare me. It would scare anyone who's not a sociopath. Um, he got work to do. Let's just see what's what for you, though. Has he? But you guys have been in communication, right? I see that here, that communication is open. You guys didn't stop communicating, right? Like this year, there should have been a lot of communication event. This looks like you guys are talking to me. I don't see any reason why non-communication would be the status of events just based on your chart. Yes, my twin is sweet but scared. Yeah. Okay, the vet. Listen, are you already paying attention to what Lee and Sherry are saying over on their YouTube channel? Have I told you already to get coached by them? Have you already had your free session with them? That you need to talk to them because I think the two of them are going to help you navigate this once every 5 business days. They can be a little clockwork like that, though. I've seen that happen. It's happened for me. It's good that you backed up enough to see his rhythm, like his appetite for communication, and to see it develop into a pattern so that you could thoroughly understand what works for him. He could be more DA than every 5 business days. He could be on an every 2 week diet with you. Um, I've certainly seen that. All of that to say, I see progression. I see progression in the early part of this year, and if 2022, and if not between you and him, the vet, if you're open to it, I'm seeing the very high likelihood of someone else stepping in next year in the middle parts and the end. So I got to dive more into them, but I have done my free session. Yeah, good. Work with them because I think they're going to help you understand. You deal with him empathically. I think they're going to help you understand some of the things that are going on in the connection, especially Lee on the guy's side of the connection. I think they're going to help you understand some of the things that go on in the connection for them to such a degree that you will start to see how to grow this because you have a growth season coming as Jupiter enters Pisces in the first 6 months of this year, specifically with him. But as we get into the latter part of the year, like from spring onwards, it could be him, it could be somebody else. I'm seeing a lot of potential for love to arrive for you, the vent. That isn't limited to just him, but you're going to have to find a way to be open. I'm just checking to see if Saturn and Pluto are in the way in any way. No. Is Neptune in the way in any way? Not really. No, not yet. Is Chiron in the way or Uranus? No, no, baby. you have a really good year in love coming up, but I also see for it to manifest, I do see one thing: Uranus opposing your natal Mars, which is the ruler of your midheaven, and Mars is also the ruler of your communication house. Uranus is really asking you to change up the way you communicate the event. It's asking you to communicate in a way that, frankly, because there's a lot of masculine energy with Mars and Scorpio, right? And it's a lot of like calculating energy with Mars and Scorpio. It's always kind of like, let me see about this to get to that. And what do you really mean? And what's behind the scenes? Let me pull back this curtain. Let me interpret. Like you be out here, blues cluesing each communication. And what Uranus speaking to that Mars um, is going to ask you to do is to drop the game theory a little bit and get into a place of communicating as much, even more. Like I'm definitely hearing, oh, now I see it. Uranus is opposite your sun. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Communicating even more from the heart space, cultivating more of your human feminine energy. Because I see here, people do not want to be on the wrong side of you at all. And you probably already vibrate like that. Like people know that when they meet you. But what this is telling me is Uranus is going to bring your vibration into a different frequency. There's a divine softening that you're going to undergo in the next year, where there's far more allowing, far more wait and see, far more surrender, far more, let live and let live. Which the connection, I know from our conversations, the connection has forced you into anyway, because I know you already know you're just not going to control him. You just can't, right? But this Uranus thing is also asking you to lean into not trying to control life so much, allowing life to unfold. Have your ambitions, go after your goals, but, trust that life is going to take you to a good place instead of derail you if you don't control every aspect of it. That's the thing that this is trying to help you with, is co-creating with life by releasing some of your grip. And that's going to be even more evident as Jupiter moves into your second house of earned income, harmoniously aspects your career house and your service house. Like there's just a lot more flow coming for you as we move into next year, and not just opportunities, but like take the bull by the horns. But when there's no bull, it's okay to like femininely saunter in the direction of where you'd like to go, because eventually a horse will roll up and you can ride that horse. That's what I'm trying to say. The last guy I dated told me I was in my head too much. Yeah. Mars Scorpio can do that, right? It's a researching kind of energy. It's a very thoughtful energy. It's a wanting to get to the bottom of things energy, but what you're going to need to do to get the most out of this relationship transit is find your way into knowing when, you don't need to armor up. You don't need to protect yourself. You don't need to lead with your masculine energy. Like your feminine is safe to be present in the moment. People, you can trust your boundaries. That the people who just aren't in alignment will vibrate out. If you said it, you meant it. You don't have to entertain people, that just aren't in alignment with where you're headed, right? You can trust once you set your boundary, no one's going to try and take it from you. You don't have to fight life in order to get where you want to go. You can flow with it in this next year. And that is what this energy is going to do. And it's setting you up for, I mean, either your person or someone else to come in and want to dance with you. Okay. So it's definitely here. Next year is a big year of change for you in terms of leading with that feminine energy first. And then in that regard, attracting that which, is in alignment. You don't have to bury your feminine underneath your masculine energy. It's not required for your survival anymore. I certainly see there may have been a time in your life where it was required, but it's not now. So that's really exciting. You don't feel safe. I'm sorry, the vent. I'm really sorry to hear that. Yeah. And I get that. You're Suge Knight. Oh God. Try. Maybe we can work with a little, Susan L. Taylor energy instead of Suge Knight. How about that? Maybe we can work with a little Susan L. Taylor. We can work with a little Meghan Markle, little Oprah. You don't have to be Suge Knighting them all the time. Come on. Yeah. Yeah, I want your feminine to thrive too. There's one other person I think it would serve you to learn with. Layla Martin is great for the sex piece specifically. You don't know Susan L. Taylor, the vent? Come on. How old are you? Just kidding. I'm old ass. That just exposed me all the way. She was an icon when I was a child. Icon. You're welcome, Kylie. You're so welcome. But yeah, look Susan up. See what Susan is up to. I mean, maybe Rihanna. You can resonate a little bit more with Rihanna. Rihanna, she's feminine in every way a woman could be feminine. She can be soft-spoken, coquettish, beautiful, receptive, right? You had to Google Susan L. Taylor. I'm so sorry. Yeah, work with Rihanna instead, right? She's a better model for this generation. She's sexy. She's very present. She's very self-possessed. And she does all of this without ever having her masculine in front of her feminine. Her feminine is the first thing you experience, not just see with Rihanna. And she's not afraid or ashamed of any of her sexuality or any of her beauty. She doesn't hide it or try to dim it or make it more, neutral so that she doesn't attract as much attention. Like she's very much like, I'm beautiful and I'm smart, and this is what I do. I run a lingerie company, a makeup company. I've changed the makeup game. I'm a philanthropist, and you will watch me sing and grind on stage when I effing feel like it. And the Navy just has to wait. Okay. She's very much like, in that Pisces feminine energy. So she's a wonderful kind of like, what does it look like to be powerful and feminine at the same time and not be completely repressed sexually? She's like a great visual public figure for that. There's a lot of women who, as they come into power, they will divorce themselves from their sexuality, or it's kind of like an adjunct, an add-on. Like they pull it out to get something from it, but it's not a part of them in the same way. So, but Rihanna it's very integrated. It's a very central part of who she is and the way she carries herself. And she doesn't carry herself slutty. She's just like, I'm enjoying my sexuality. Like I'm wearing this top because I like my boobs and I want to see them. I want to enjoy my own cleavage, you know? I want to enjoy my own legs. My own legs are sexy. So I am going to rock it. And she doesn't let anyone come for her femininity or her inner child or belittle them in any way. Like she'll cut you off with a quickness if she catches you trying to hypersexualize her or like, and she's quick with the comebacks, quick with it. I love Rihanna. She's my icon. Okay. Her moon is Aries. So, of course, I love her. Rihanna, marry me. Okay, Jessica Chapman, I take it you have 2 questions. Is that right? One with the tarot pull, and then one that's just straight astrology. You're like that look wise. Yeah, so integrate it. Integrate the other parts. Watch some Rihanna interviews. Whenever I need to like really come back to feeling myself, I will pull up some interviews of Rihanna and I'm like, yeah, that's right. That's how we do it. That's how we rolling in 2022. We're going to do it like this. Your character could be softer. It could be, right? And there's nothing wrong with needing to have developed a tough exterior to move through certain segments of life. But it's important to be able to have access to our feminine energy and our masculine energy as we like, to move fluidly between the two. And what this Uranian transit is going to do for you is it's going to help you soften some of that masculine, open up more of that feminine so that you have more flexibility, more access. Right? Listen, I'm a woman and I can do masculine and I can do feminine. What? But if you don't have access, then you can only ever do one, and that's like a limitation in your beingness. And we want to open that up. Tough ass New York, right? New York will have you put the armor on for real. Where's Jessica? Where'd she go? Miss Jessica. No, Natalie, it doesn't have to be love related. Every other area. I can only do one question, Natalie, for the question for 22, 22 or 33, 33. You need a full reading, sweetheart. There's 30-minute sessions in my calendar available for 88. And then we can sit down for a full half hour and unpack every area of life. But if you just have one question, then I can do it for the 22, 22 or the 33, 33. Okay. Aaliyah. Yeah, Aaliyah is fabulous like that. Until I learned she was getting peed on. Like I had a whole bunch of respect. Like I was really like, oh, Aaliyah, love of my life. Why did you leave me? Chili from TLC. Chili had a lot of that like soft feminine energy. Okay. Mm-hmm. You don't know why you're here. You're not sure what your question is. Oh, Jessica, baby. Too funny. Well, Jessica, I've been on for 4 hours and 47 minutes. I feel like I had so many messages and holding space for the vent. Yeah, you might have had messages. I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? With listening to other people's stuff. It's nice to catch lives and just hear, because sometimes messages come through that are meant for more than just the person that I'm reading for. So, but yeah, I've been here 4 hours and 47 minutes. If you don't have an exact question, it's totally okay. I know it's true. She was a little girl. That shouldn't have been happening to her. So my inclination would be, Jessica, to just refund you. And when you're ready, we can open up space that's not limited by a single question, and we can look and we can move through the areas of life where you need support. I know you grow frustrated when folks show up and be like, tell me what I need to know. Yeah, I really don't like that. I'm not very good at that without question, but I suppose I'd ask about love, but I feel like I don't really care anymore. Oh, Jessica, I know 2021 really was that year when if it just wasn't working in our life, we just threw it on the ground in the living room and just walked away. We're just like, fuck it, I'm not dealing with this. You just walked away. You just walked away. Just left it in the middle of the floor, walked away. So many big things, so many changes, plus a sense of nothing at the same time. Um, too funny. Yeah. Yeah. I stopped giving a shit in a lot of areas of life this year. Like not a lot, but a couple of main ones where I'm like, you know what? I'm done trying. Like I started to feel very done trying about a lot of things in my life. I was like, I have tried so hard in these areas to make certain things happen and and if I know I've given it 150 of my percents, I know I have. Because if 150 of my percents isn't gonna work, then universe, you must not want me to have this. So I'm okay to let it go now. I'm done trying to do CPR on a dead horse. So there's been a lot of that for people in at least one significant area of life this year. Um, let's see what this says. And that's okay. There was supposed to be some level of just letting it go as we walked into 2021 with that Saturn Jupiter conjunction. Like there was just a real clarity where we were carrying other people in our own divine masculine energy, right? And not getting anything back, where they were draining the emotional bank account, the actual bank, like 2021 was the year that shit got dropped. Um, like you could try to refill the bank account, but I probably won't be participating as much with you because I kind of did my work, 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017. Yeah, I'm done trying. And there was a real okayness about it, even though it might have been bittersweet. There was like a real okayness about just recognizing, like, even if you decide you want to put in effort now, like it's up to the universe. And like this was in friendships, this was in jobs. If they gave you money when like well after they had given you more and more and more responsibility, like even if they gave you the money this year, you'd been like, yeah, I'm still looking for another job. Like you could try to compensate me at this point, but if something even better than this comes along, fucking out of here. So that was kind of the vibe of 2020 with the Jupiter Saturn conjunction, as we got into the start of the year, where there was just a real recognition of what wasn't working and an inability to keep carrying it in our own divine masculine energy. So you would have dropped it if it wasn't working. That's the thing. Okay. Okay. What is my purpose? And with my practice specifically. Okay, let me look at your natal chart, Jessica. And we will dive right in, baby cakes. So, just so we're clear, the price for a reading was $22.22. If you'd like either a 3-card tarot pull or you would like me to read a light worker oracle deck in addition, that's $33.33. Jessica, you sent 5555, which lets me know that you wanted 2 questions and 1 question with either the Lightworker Tarot, Lightworker Oracle deck, or the 3-card tarot pull. So I'm going to answer this question, and then I'm going to ask you if you have a second question. If you do not have a second question, then I'm going to refund you. With this question for you, I'm going to pull a Lightworker Oracle card since this is about purpose and your direction and focus, which that deck is about. It's about that specifically. So I'm going to pull that for you. With that deck, it's 1 card as opposed to 3, which is the tarot. Okay. I have to go in the book and bring a lot of stuff out for you with the Lightworker Oracle deck. Okay. So hang on. We're going to dive in now. If you cannot think of a second question, then I am going to refund you $22.22 once we're done here. All right, Jessica? So let's get into your first question now. So you asked specifically, let me get back to the timer and reset it. So now that you've gotten a full kind of explanation of the lay of the land here. Purpose, I'm looking for it. Gemini, Mercury. Oh, so you move very intuitively. I don't know why you're out here asking me for a reading. You can clearly read for yourself, Jessica. This is hilarious. That's okay. I'll play. Why not? Your chart tells me you can read for yourself. Okay, but that's fine. Good night, Vivien. It was great to see you. Thanks so much for being here, for holding space, and for letting me read for you. Okay, this Mercury here governs your midheaven, but it's in the house of the subconscious realm, subconscious mind. There's messages. Mercury and Gemini are both about messages. There's messages from the ether that you are meant to be pulling into the world, ideas from the ether that you're meant to be pulling into the world, communication from the ether that you're meant to be pulling into the world. And so I'm not sure what kind of practice you have, Jessica, but this is telling me that you are meant to be following your own intuition around it and bringing those messages forward for the people you serve. In terms of, there's a few things here. In terms of how those messages get delivered, I'm seeing there's huge potential and expression for you in the realm of writing and speaking. So if you haven't thought about writing a book or doing talks on like YouTube or like a TED Talk or giving talks in your local community and workshops in your local community, I'm seeing that you need to start thinking about opening those avenues up. Okay? Social media is certainly indicated by Gemini and by Mercury, but it is not the only mechanism. It is a means to an end. Social media works as a marketing format, but it is not the sales format. It's not the full message delivery format. We use social media to sell a product. So whether that product is a book, your talks, whether that product is a workshop with you, there's some form of using social media to get people closer to where the message that you're delivering is actually supposed to be. But you need to figure out, am I writing books? Am I doing talks? Do I have a YouTube channel where I'm delivering content? Am I teaching? There's definitely a bit of teacher energy here. Am I holding classes and workshops online, offline? What you need to be focused on in terms of getting things together, I don't know, again, I don't know what kind of practice you have, but the main thing you're supposed to be doing is bringing these ideas, these communications, these messages from the ethers into the world. Okay. So if you don't already have, I see coming up in the next 2 years, if you don't already have a meditation practice that's going to allow you to strengthen your mediumship channel and strengthen your capacity to hear what the messages are that you're supposed to be delivering and the ideas that you're supposed to be sharing. If you don't already have a meditation practice to bring these things forth and capture this information, because it looks like the way you were born with these things coming in a bit haphazard. Maybe in the shower, sometimes doing dishes, a lot of times while you sleep, sometimes you don't even remember, then you're off to the party and you may not have written anything down. This is telling me that you need to start to cultivate a practice of capturing what is given to you so that you can place these collected pieces of information that are coming through you into the location that they're meant to be delivered to others. Again, it could be workshops, could be classes, could be books, it could be all three. Okay. So you need to start that meditation practice. You will find that as you cultivate it, the messages get clearer, they get louder, especially in the second half of next year. I see here with this kind of placement, if you didn't already know it, you're very clairaudient. You can start to bring that online in the next year. And I do see some mediumship abilities coming online for you next year as well. So, all of that to say, this is the answer to your first question, what to focus on. And your purpose, it's all about getting very clear. Am I writing? Am I speaking? Where am I speaking? And what are my messages? That's the work. Okay. You're a Reiki master teacher, polarity practitioner, licensed massage therapist, and I have no idea. Yeah. So yeah, you're going to need to kind of tune in to your inner guidance here, because all I can see is that you're a messenger, and that the messages are coming kind of like from our star family or like from the ethers or the other realm. Like you're meant to be pulling information in from other places. But what information, what it's organized around, I can't see any of that, hun. I cannot give you a game plan for your soul. You're going to need to tune into that soul. And as this writer teacher that you are, listen for what it's trying to tell you. I certainly see the mechanism is writing and teaching. But the rest of it, it's not for me to prescribe your soul path, Jessica. You're going to have to tune in for that. Okay. To the point of lethargic. Yeah. You're going to need to cultivate, that protection around you. And that'll come in the next couple of years with Saturn opposing your Mercury. What is your second question? What is your second question, Jessica? And while you write out your second question, I am going to pull your Lightworker Oracle, and this will be the question that we are doing for 3333. Your second question for 2222 will be just the astrology. So if you want to look at another area of life or get more specific and dialed in this one, we can talk about money, or we can talk about kind of the way you're meant to market or something. We can talk about love. We can talk about kids. We can talk about your home if you want to relocate. Those are just some of the things that people have talked about with me tonight. Okay. All right. So, interesting. Yeah, messages come through. So the card I pulled from the Lightworker Oracle deck for you, Jessica, is the 11 card. It's called 1111, Messages in the Numbers. The universe is speaking to you through numbers. From 1111 on your phone to the repeating number patterns that catch your eye, information is being transmitted from the creative universal intelligence into your cellular awareness. You may feel energetic healing as you receive these transmissions of number frequencies. Numbers are energetic medicine. They are particular frequencies in a universal language of love that helps heal and guide you. There are no negative numbers. Healing vibrations of numbers are working for your soul now. Which numbers do you notice most often at this time? The frequency of 1 is about beginnings, taking initiative, believing in yourself, and accepting a leadership role. The frequency of the 2 brings healing around partnership and allows you to be helped by others, particularly in relationships. The frequency of the 3 indicates a time to learn, write, teach, or develop new ideas. Yeah, no accident, because this is a 3rd house energy, and Gemini is the 3rd sign from the sun, right? And so, or the third astrology sign. Gemini is the 3rd one. So the 3 is very prominent for you because the 3 governs your midheaven. Indicates the time to learn, write, teach, or develop new ideas. And that's what we were just talking about. The 4 brings angelic healing, divine order, and an influx of energy into the physical plane, which can help you materialize desires. The 5 announces change and acceleration. The 6 is love, money, beauty, and abundance. The 7 is healing ability, channeling of spiritual wisdom, and the sage or the teacher. You may actually find that 7s are really important to you, Jessica. So pay attention when 7s show up. So I see 7s in different places on your chart. So pay attention when 7s show up because it's the ability, healing ability, channeling of spiritual wisdom, and the sage or teacher. The 8 asks you to step up into leadership that is not apart from others, but amongst them. And the 9 is a highly spiritual energy, indicating blessings, compassion, the ending of the cycle. It also indicates the Christ consciousness and can be a message from any master that resonates with that energy, reminding you to trust your heart. And the 0 is the divine wild card. It amplifies the energy of the other numbers and places a divine stamp on it. Okay. So this 1111 messages and the numbers, this comes from the Lightworker Oracle deck. And that is the answer to your question for the 3333. For your 2222, which does not include a tarot pull, we will go ahead and ask your second question. It says, is someone heading my way? Like a tribe, someone, love, someone. Can't make this up. Okay, let's have a look and see what's coming in terms of love. I would agree. I would say someone is heading your way. With Jupiter on arrival, the opportunity bringer, and in mundane astrology, the representative of husbands arriving in your 7th house of committed partnership and camping out here for all of next year, especially the first 6 months, the answer is yeah, someone is headed your way for sure. Jupiter is also going to harmoniously aspect by sextile your natal Jupiter, and that brings the potential of someone with a little bit of effort and work on your part, a little bit of willingness to be open. And then Let's just see. Neptune and Jupiter. Yeah, your natal Neptune and Jupiter sit together right here in your fourth house. Interesting. I like this for you because Jupiter and Neptune are the ancient and modern rulers of Pisces. Pisces is the governor of your house of committed partnership. And with the opportunity bringer, that's Jupiter, arriving in this house next year and being here all year, this gives you a 1 year window of a lot of dating and love opportunities coming your way. Like big dating and love opportunities, capital D, not little ones. These are the kinds of things where it's like, oh, this is fun for a while. No, this is for real. Like the for real energy is coming through. Oh, this is very exciting for you. Let's just see about commitment. Okay, commitment comes in another couple of years' time. I see that commitment arrives not right away, but soon. And I also see here that you're commitment minded with Venus receiving an opposition from your natal Saturn, that you're feeling quite commitment minded at this point in time. And so anything that's not really real, anything that's not like has long term potential, I don't see you entertaining it for very long. I see you kind of moving those gents to the back of the line and only making space for people who, are kind of vibrating in a frequency of wanting something real, long term, and committed with you. But that's also going to help you sort as these people come through because I see a lot of potentials, a lot of opportunities showing up for you just as soon as we're on the other side of this Venus retrograde come February. And then from February to December, it's on. There's a lot of love, a lot of possibility, a lot of potential coming your way. It does look like you are going to have to, step up, do the normal stepping outside of your comfort zone things to get it. I see there's also a bit of healing you're going to have to do in order to allow it to come through in your divine feminine energy space with Chiron trining her. And trining your natal Venus as well. There's a bit of, just having been on the dance floor for longer than 5 years in your 20s, you accumulate certain wounds and certain scars. This is anybody, right? You got some broken toes, you got some skinned knees and kicked shins. There's some healing that's going to need to happen, some reparation work that you're going to need to facilitate in your heart space in order to be open and receptive. Most of it looks like starting to believe again that your dreams and love are possible, that you're enough, and that you're not broken. Jessica, that's the big message here. With Chiron trining both your divine feminine and your Venus, it's bringing up the old stuff from the past so that you can let go of the I'm broken, something's wrong with me, no one will want me storyline, Jessica. So sit with that. It's an active transit. It just started this past summer. As men, women, people start to come in and show interest to you, even though that storyline may be something you're not conscious of right now, Jessica, know that you will find that as people start to come in, the triggers are going to start to come up. And you'll remember this conversation that Kay was saying, I have to put these triggers aside. I have to heal them, acknowledge them, and remember that I'm not broken. I can have this love. I can be fulfilled. It is possible for me in this lifetime to have my dreams fulfilled in love. So that there's going to be a bit of that work to do as people start to come in for you. Okay. But don't just stay patient and present with it, because as these things come in, it's going to allow you step by step to heal. Don't try to force the healing. If for whatever reason it just ends up feeling like, I can't get it done, it's too much. I should just put love back on the shelf. Don't put love back on the shelf. Work with the wounds. Okay. All right. So, hopefully, that was helpful for you, Jessica. Again, thank you so much for the energy exchange there. We did 2 questions for you. One with the Lightworker energy or Lightworker Oracle deck, and then one that was just astrology about the timing of love. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone who's been here. I really appreciate your time, your energy, holding space for one another, your shares, your encouragement of one another, and your patience as I moved through the list and the line. The calendar is open. And if you would like to book a reading, you can definitely do that. The link to do that is below this video, but you can also do that here. Let me just put that in the chat. So if you want to book a reading, something that's more private, and we can go more in depth for a longer period of time than just one question, everything you need to know to book a private reading is right there. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure to be with you this afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you are in the world. And I will see you over on the main channel. Take great care and bye for now.